to better serve the diverse members of our community. The intended outcomes of this collaborative and intentional effort are vast. We are now establishing and committing to a routine examination of Parks and Recreation cost of service in order to maintain an ongoing awareness of our financial condition. We will have an adopted and defensible methodology and philosophy on how Parks and Recreation fees are determined and administered that incorporates a social equity lens. We aim to lessen the Parks and Recreation's dependency on general fund support and thus helping our greater City of Forest Grove family of departments in their quest to deliver services. We enable ourselves to establish an internal funding system that backfills the Fund for All Fund, also known as the Fellowship Fund, which then lessens our reliance upon inconsistent and unstable outside financial contribution. This will also provide for a continually maintained balance of funds available for those in our community that are facing financial barriers. And lastly, we will have a transparent and accurate understanding of the costs associated with all Parks and Recreation services and facilities. Again, I want to thank you for your time this evening and your commitment to this effort. I'd like to introduce quickly to you Jamie Sabak and Alexis Renke from 110%. They are our consulting firm that we have contracted with for this work. I'll pass it on to Jamie.
Excuse me, this is Elena. I just want to make sure all I'm seeing is what we hope to achieve. I'm not seeing anything from the council. Is this the presentation? Just kind of trying to check and make sure that my system is working. Thank you.
We have one mic that is live for TV, and it's that mic, so if you have questions, and also Zoom audience.
All right, well, good evening, and thank you for the introduction. I am Jamie Sabak with 110%. Here with my colleague Alexis Renke, we have the privilege and pleasure of working alongside the professional staff and obviously the entire city organization and facilitating what we call the financial sustainability strategy, which obviously includes fees and charges that the city will consider implementing as a result of this work. I'm going to provide you a bit of context and then, of course, walk you through the process that we're leading alongside the professional staff, and want to encourage some conversation at some point along the way in this work session. At the same time, I recognize you have a pretty robust agenda beginning at 7 p.m., so we're going to try to stay on task the best we can, make sure we get through our content, and then, of course, leave you ample time to set up for the 7 p.m. meeting. Before I get started with context, I'm just going to share a bit of backstory on us very quickly so you understand who we are and what qualifies us to do this work. 110% started in 2010. Actually, it was largely because we were a bit disenchanted with planning efforts we'd received as practitioners. I myself spent 20 years as a practicing professional. My last position was with the City of Boulder, Colorado, as the Superintendent of Parks and Recreation. And frankly, we really engaged in these exercises in financial sustainability largely because we, as practitioners, had inherited some really unfortunate circumstances. Questionably, some might say it was just questionable choices around investment of taxpayer dollars. Nonetheless, we were in systems that frankly struggled, largely because of past decisions. And so it really drove us, as practitioners in the moment, transitioning into consultants, to think about how do we help systems just start to ask questions about, are we spending and investing taxpayer dollars in the most wise, sound, justifiable, intelligent way? the many councils and commissions and boards I've had the opportunity to work alongside, arguably all say financial responsibility to their taxpayers is a principal pillar. And I know that is one here. So we really enjoy the opportunity to work alongside systems that say, yeah, this is really important to us. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out some strategy that makes sense for our community, our system, and really drives us and kind of sets a course for how do we be most responsible in terms of those taxpayer investments moving forward. As you can imagine, Parks and Recreation tends to be among, if not the, local government entity that has one of the more complex operations, right? We're providing childcare, we're providing aquatic facilities, right? We have brick and mortar. We're expected to provide social services, and at the same time, think about how do we generate revenues to offset those expenses. So presents us with a really complex conversation, a really intriguing conversation, insightful conversation, and it really tees us up to think about how do we best strategically move the organization forward so we have a legacy of park and recreation services for our communities moving forward. So I set the stage with that statement, that bit of information, and a little backstory on us. What I'm going to do tonight, again, is set some context. I'd love to engage you in a bit of a conversation, and then I want to share with you the process that we're facilitating and working alongside the staff on right now. So I'll start here, and I have to apologize. I've lost my voice, so bear with me. Hopefully it's not too painful for you to listen to. We do our work under this umbrella of Parks and Reconomics. We coined this term a few years ago, and for us it's really this notion of economic principles that we bring to the table, and how do you as an organization on behalf of your citizens best manage the finite resources you have available. I got in this field in 1989 as a sports program coordinator, and at the time, local government, we had all kinds of money. We were flush back in the 80s and 90s. Plenty of resources. We were building, we were growing, and all of a sudden that kind of came to a screeching halt, 2007, 8, 9. You all recall that very special moment in time. And so we started to say, well, you know what? This isn't about limited resources anymore. This is about finite resources. How do we best use what we have? And it becomes a very compelling question for all of us. So again, we do this work under this umbrella. I just want to share a few terms, if you will, with you that are very important to this work. They are often conflated across the park and recreation industry in the United States, and we think they're really important to best understand as we entertain this work and we actually embark upon this work. One of the things I'm going to share with you in a moment is part of the methodology. We look at all costs of doing business. There have been many years where public parks and recreations only looked at direct costs. So think about it relative to you provide a swim lesson, you're only looking at pool noodles and the cost of the instructor. But the reality is there's so many more expenses, right? You look at the pool, right? The infrastructure, the executive director's salary and benefits, and so on. So it's important for all of us to understand the kinds of costs that we look at. Very simply, they fall into these two buckets. It may seem very intuitive and logical, but we believe it's important to talk about. We will be looking at the direct costs. We actually are looking at your direct costs. Direct costs, very simply, are those costs that can be attributed to any service. The service goes away, the cost goes away. Alternatively, we are going to be looking at and are looking at your indirect costs. And those indirect costs are those costs that exist without the provision of any one service. So you think about if a swim lesson goes away, you still have an aquatics coordinator. You still have a pool. You still have a director, right? So we're not just looking at direct costs. We're going to be looking at all costs associated with service delivery. What does it cost you to provide a swim lesson for those kids from 9 to 10 a.m., Monday, Wednesday, Friday? And it's all costs. That doesn't mean that you're going to recover all costs necessarily, but you need to understand it, right? And that's what we want to do is we want to understand the cost of doing business. Alternatively, these are two very important terms. They're kind of the fabric with which we weave out the strategy. Cost recovery and subsidy. I've been around the block a long time. Unfortunately, there's still professionals in our field that think when they hear cost recovery, it's about pricing people out of the market. It's about getting rid of services, and that's absolutely not the case. It's simply when we understand our expenses, we make a philosophical decision regarding what is our cost recovery going to be. Are we going to recover 10%, 50%, 100%, or more? But in order to be able to make that decision, we need to understand the cost of doing business. So it's important for us to clarify this terminology because it's very important to this work. The other side of the coin is subsidy. In the simplest of terms, and I'm sure all of you understand this, but we visit it briefly nonetheless, subsidy is taxpayer dollars, right? And what are we bringing to the table in terms of taxpayer resources to complement the cost recovery expectation. We think about it, as I just mentioned, a two-sided coin. If, hypothetically, an organization has a 50% cost recovery performance, that means they're matching that with 50% subsidy. If you have a service that costs $1 and you're generating 50% or 50 cents, that means you are supporting that very service with 50 cents of taxpayer resources, right? So these things work in concert with one another, and they're very important how we think about our cost recovery expectation service by service. Need is another very important term, often conflated with things that it's not. This is very important. Ann mentioned your scholarship fund, right? Your reduced rate. We're looking at helping and supporting, if you will, those in need. Well, in our world, at times we conflate the term need with want. You know, we see a lot agencies doing needs assessments. Well, they're really interest surveys because we're, again, conflating need versus want. So we need to understand if you're going to invest your subsidy into those areas of need, we're not necessarily addressing necessarily desired demand. That doesn't mean that we are not interested in that. We're not certainly dismissing it. We just want to make sure we understand with clarity what are the needs in our community in contrast to what are the interests, maybe desires, demands, expectations. Finally, I share two more terms with you, very important to this work as well. When you start thinking about pricing, you know, we often will hear in our work, well, we want to keep things affordable. And the question is, what does that mean and for whom? And so we talk a lot about the difference between willingness to pay and ability to pay. And really what we're saying is we've got populations and communities across the country where we've got a population that have a willingness to pay, but maybe they can't. Alternatively, we may have a population of people who can pay, they just don't want to, right? And they may think by virtue of the fact that they invest taxpayer dollars, it pays for everything they want and more. You know, it's called the fairness effect. And so we want to be very cautious that we're not driving the agenda around those who just want everything to be free or inexpensive because they pay taxpayer dollars, because the taxpayer resources may not be able to support the entire system. So these are among just some of the basic terms that weave themselves in and out of this work, and I wanted to bring those forward to you today. So I'm going to transition here for a moment and share with you some of the preliminary information, data, if you will, that I think is worth sharing. I think it's very important for all of you in your roles as community representatives to know and understand. This is preliminary data, but certainly something for all of you to be aware. I think some of these items here are really, they're helping rationalize and justify the importance of this work for you. So the first slide here, relative to your financial realities, illustrates your revenues in Parks and Recreation in contrast to your expenditures. Very simply, your revenue line or bar is the blue. Orange represents your expenditures. So you can see just in this past, from fiscal year 17-18 all the way through this last fiscal year, the contrast, compare and contrast between your revenue lines and your expenditure lines and what your current, based upon fiscal year 22-23's cost recovery was in contrast to subsidy. So essentially, again, think about that two-sided of the coin illustration or representation. 36% of your expenditures are coming from fees and charges, alternative revenue streams, and 64% of your organization subsidized by way of your taxpayer investments. It's an insight right now, it's preliminary, but it gives you an idea of, how are we doing? Alternatively, if we look at capital expenditures, and just as a bit of a reminder, capital is your infrastructure, right? Those major investments you need to make in the pool, for example. You can see here what your trend lines look like back to the fiscal year 17-18 budget year all the way through last year. You had a little bit of, I would say, a blip, and I mean that in a positive way, in 21-22, and can speak to that, but you actually received some revenues, and most of that money went to the aquatics facility, correct?
It was one major pool repair that was in the summer of 21 that occurred, and that was about a $270,000 repair.
So I'd like to share with you, again, a bit of a compare and contrast between your operating expenditures and your capital expenditures. Again, the blue line represents operating, your orange line represents your capital. Where this becomes, I think, interesting and insightful is when we look at the percent of the whole, and bear with me for a moment as I walk you through this, I'm going to be very deliberate. When we look at your total expenditures and how much of that total is being attributed, if you will, to the operational side of the fence, in contrast, how much is being invested in the capital, right, your physical assets. Now, what is important to note here is we're just taking that last slide, we're now comparing it with your total expenditures. If we look and we recognize this is a Forest Grove exercise, but I want to draw something out for all of you, and it's more FYI than anything else. Across the United States, back in 2000, public parks and recreation was investing approximately 30% of the total in infrastructure. As we moved on to 2020, if you will, we're now down below 15%. If we understand what's happening across the United States in our profession, we're in an infrastructure crisis. We were investing a lot more capital, if you will, in our capital 22 decades ago than we are today, and it's actually translated to a lot of money being needed to take care of our and maintain our parks and our facilities and so on. The baseline that we recommend is anywhere between 20 to 30% of your total being invested in your infrastructure. So it becomes an insight, right? That's simply all it is to look at where you are, how much you're investing in your capital assets, how much you're investing in your operating, and thinking about what is it we want or need to do as we move forward relative to taking care of our public lands, taking care of our pool, and so on. So again, simply some preliminary insights, but I think they're really important to share with all of you so you can see essentially the fiscal realities of the organization in this moment in time. Okay? I'm going to share one additional insight with you that is very compelling and very important to this work, and then I'd love to ask you all a couple of questions. So some of you have probably heard of a particular theory called tragedy of the commons. If we were in a classroom setting, I'd say, hey, tell me what this is. How many of you have heard of it? But tragedy of commons is very important to the public park and recreation world. It's an environmental theory that actually revealed itself back in 1968. I don't like to credit the gentleman who actually came up with it because, you know, truth be told, he ended up not being such a good human. Nonetheless, it's a really important theory, and it has everything to do with the world of public parks and recreation, the local level, the state level, and the national level. Tragedy of the commons is simply defined as what you see up on the screen. Individual exploitation of common resources invites overall ruin. As an educator, I'm sure you've heard of this. And really it speaks to this conflict between personal interest and the common good. And in government, obviously, our expectation is to serve, to some degree, everyone in our communities, right? They're all the taxpayers here to some degree, reasonably. And so this poses the question for all of us, how do we ensure, to the best of our ability, we're not allowing individual exploitation of our common resources? This was based on the environment back in the 60s. And today now, there's a lot of research, if you will, and compelling discussion, deliberation, debate around this being not only an environmental theory, but an economic theory. How are we spending and investing our common resources? And are we allowing individual exploitation to fragment them? So if we take this a step further, I share this with you because we talked about this when I was a practitioner. We share it in every organization we work with, particularly with the professional staff. We believe one of the most difficult, if you will, challenges, and one of the most incredibly important responsibilities is to represent those who are never seen or heard. We often see folks come to the dais, if you will, and share their perspectives, but there's so many people in the community we never see and we never hear from, yet they're all taxpayers. And so how do we ensure, to the best of our ability, we represent their interests? You know, we say government exists at the pleasure of those who are governed and means all who are governed. But that sometimes can be a bit of a rub, right? It's very difficult for you in your seats to understand that, you know, you're doing the best you can, yet we're not necessarily going to hear from everyone, right? And it's just it's part of the reality of service, if you will, in government. And so when we think about tragedy of the commons, we think about individual exploitation. One of the things that can rear its head is this idea of private use of public spaces or public lands, if you will. Private benefit, individual benefit, exclusive benefit, public spaces. And so I put this up on the screen just to engage you in a conversation. We're in a work session. certainly don't want this to be one-way communication and conversation. But I'd love to open the floor to all of you around this as we kind of tail the tragedy of the commons idea and think about its application relative to how we're investing and spending resources, right? Who's benefiting really at the end of the day? So I just kind of pose a circumstance, a situation for all of you, and would love your philosophical perspective on this. The department offers a birthday party. It's a birthday party rental at the pool. Do you charge? Yes?
Yes, of course, I think you charge. It belongs to the public, and there's cost to the rental party, right? So, I mean, even if you have like the direct cost of lifeguards, the pool staff to oversee the locker rooms, you also have the heating, the infrastructure, like all the things that go. So you charge. I mean, if you're going to use something, you should pay to use it. I think that's my answer.
Well, I agree with the mayor, is that there is a defined cost for that for a very specific group of people, and they're the ones that should pay that cost. In addition, other people will be excluded because they're not part of it, so they shouldn't be paying the cost. And also, other people cannot join in that particular party. They're excluded from it, so somebody can't walk in off the street and say, hey, this is a party, I can join the party, because it's on a publicly owned facility. And it's a common thing to do. It's not out of the ordinary to charge for a specific group of people for a specific service.
I don't mean to sound heartless, but yes, definitely charge. We don't run a rental company in the city. We provide standard services the city provides, and when we receive these taxes, that's what the expectation is. I would love to provide rentals for everybody without charging them, but that's not the purpose of city staff and city equipment.
This is Counselor Ewing. I had my hand raised, but I'm going to jump in here. I agree that in philosophy, that those that are doing special events should pay for those special events. However, we've worked a lot of time over the last few years about equity. And so I think that that's where our philosophy needs to be fine-tuned and really discussed, is because not everybody is going to be able to afford that. Therefore, is there equity for our lower income children or birthday party celebrators, because there is a cost to doing it? So I think that, yes, we need to charge. I'm not against that. But I also think that as we go on in our philosophy and our discussion, we need to see how we can help in other ways to support those lower income individuals, especially children, like through a fund where people can put money into it for programs and for children that aren't able to afford. So it's, yes, I agree with what my council members have said, but also I think in philosophy, we have to also recognize there's also a need. And how can we as leaders help to either offset or at least bring that to the forefront of our discussions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also add that it's not as simple as just a one size fits all. So if you have a party of 10 versus a party of 100, there's a difference in cost. And you can't just say that if you have one lane of the pool reserved for a party of 10 and another party of 100 wants 3 lanes, it's the same cost. So I think it's more complex than just the direct.
Others? Okay, let me add to this question. If you are going to charge, to what degree? And that's a bit rhetorical. I'd just like you to think about it because it really translates to the philosophy that's established, right? So this is clearly one circumstance, it's one situation, but it really kind of is a bit of a foundation relative to this idea of what is our cost recovery expectation as an organization, and how do we most responsibly inform ourselves about what is that baseline from which we'll make those choices.
Hello?
Yep. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, Counselor Ewing. My take on it was the same thing. And maybe that's where we're going with to what degree. I'm a teacher in Cornelius, and most of my students are from families who can't afford some things. I don't know how much we charge, but that would be my question. What amount do we charge so that perhaps we are looking at the equity involved? And I like those ideas the counselor shared about maybe having a fund that can offset some of those charges if it's prohibitive to low-income families.
Good. Thank you for your feedback. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts, comments from members? Yes.
I think we're getting very quickly into the philosophy of charging. And so I think that's a question that really needs to be answered before we can answer these questions is what is going to be the philosophy the city is going to use to come up with the answer to these questions?
Well said. Do you have another comment? Yes. Yeah. All right. Oh, we've got another pause here. Oh, there we go. All right. So great segue. Thank you very much. So let's talk about the process because, again, we're teeing up, if you will, the approach that will be taken, which I think is going to help the city and obviously help you make some determinations relative to what the philosophy and the strategy of the organization are going to be moving forward. So I'd like to spend the remainder of our time together sharing with you the process and certainly addressing any questions, comments, thoughts that you have as representative community members and your seats as commissioners and or council members. So we use what's called a three-legged stool. It's a bit of a, I think, a lighthearted approach to thinking about the methodology. This is obviously very important work. It can be incredibly complex. And what we try to do is simplify it and make it the most logical as possible. We think about it as a logic model, essentially. We have had the privilege of working with over 130 agencies just in the last couple of years, helping create strategies. Another thing I'll just mention briefly is we've actually had Penn State University evaluate effectiveness of this particular approach with a lot of different systems. We had the pleasure of working with a lot of systems in the state of Oregon, and I'm actually going to share one of their strategies with you here a bit later. But very simply, this stool intends to help guide an organization in creating a philosophy, a strategy, if you will. And so by following these three legs, we ultimately can create a very informed tax use and revenue enhancement philosophy. So how do we best use our taxpayer resources? And how do we think about revenue enhancement opportunities to support our organization moving forward, AKA a financial sustainability strategy. So allow me to walk you through each of the legs. It's very important that we feel like you've got a high level of comfortability and understand this methodology that's being employed. So the first is service categories. And I'd like to walk you through what service categories are and why they're so critically important to this work. But I think before I can actually explain categories, I need to create a bit of context for you. So first of all, we offer in the public park and recreation realm a variety of different services, right? You think about all the courses, the classes, the events, the activities, the rentals that we provide. Those all are leisure experiences provided to community members. Those are services. Every one of those things is a service provided to the community. Alternatively, we have our service areas. These are typically how we structure park and recreation systems, right? They're the functional areas of an organization. You think about aquatics, you think about parks, you think about maybe youth services, those kinds of things. Those are service areas. Service areas are where likeness of service, like the type of service, all are bucketed together. So on the right, you see 3 different kinds of aquatic services. In the top right there, let's assume that's an intro to fitness class or an intro to aquasize program for older adults. Let's say in the middle, we've got a learn to swim class. And in the bottom right, we have our aquatic facility, right? Those are all services that serve the aquatics area, right? Does that make sense to everyone? So again, where we bring likeness of service, if you will, together and bucket those services. Service categories are a different way for us to bucket or bundle services. We're now looking at bundling based upon like purpose. So on the right, we've got 3 different kinds of services, right? Different kinds of activities. They're serving different populations and different interests, but they're all introductory. So on the top right, again, we've just carried over that Intro to Aquasize program. We've got in the middle, let's call that an Adam League flag football program for youngsters. And in the bottom right, we have an Intro to Pottery class. Again, different services, different service areas, but the like purpose is they're all beginner level activities. They're all about introducing someone to a skill, a recreation-based program. Intro, learn to, beginner level. We would now begin to categorize in that way based upon purpose of service. Okay? So those service categories are now how we're beginning to think about the bundling of our services. Why are service categories important? Well, there's a number of reasons. Principally, it helps us diminish social values assumptions. And what I mean by that is we might assume that every older adult in our community can't afford to pay. We might assume that we've got to provide a particular service at a lower rate because of X, Y, or Z. And so what we're trying to do now is we're bundling services, again, based upon purpose and not based upon population, not based upon interest area. So allow me to give you a little bit more of a granular look at service categories. And I'm just using 3 kind of common recreation services to help illustrate how this works. So let's make some assumptions here in our hypothetical Yorktown, USA Park and Recreation Department. We've got a number of services, and the 3 you see on the screen are examples. In the bottom left, let's say that is an Intro to Fitness class. That means that's the service. The service area that they might exist in is our seniors area. And we'll say we're going to call it 25% cost recovery expectation for that service. In the middle, let's say we have a T-ball program, that's our service, that exists in our youth sports service area, and our cost recovery goal is 50%. And in the bottom right, we have a Learn to Swim program, that's our service, that happens to be in our service area of aquatics. Now, admittedly, we have found over time that many systems make arbitrary decisions about cost recovery expectations. We might say, well, the older adults in our community can't afford to pay, so we're going to keep the cost recovery expectation low. In youth sports, we hold in rather high regard. We're going to keep it in the sweet spot of 50%. Then on the right side, we'll say our aquatic services are going to be at 40%. And I'm being somewhat facetious, but frankly, this is how a lot of systems make decisions about cost recovery. Let's just pull this number out because it sounds good, right? But here's the illustration, and this is the point of service categories. We have made decisions based upon services and service areas with these assumptions. If we think about these services and really view them through a different lens, what we find is their purpose is similar, regardless of whether it's a young man who wants to play t-ball, whether it's a group of older adults that want to lift weights, whether it's a young man who wants to swim, or whoever it is that might want to learn how to swim. The reality is it's all about beginner level activities. We want to introduce people to a skill in our community. Basic recreation services, learn to. And what we find is all of these services now would be in the same category. They wouldn't be in seniors versus youth sports versus and so on. We're now combining them based upon the purpose of the service. And so categorization becomes a different lens through which we see our menu. The staff of the organization right now are in the midst of creating the categories to represent the service menu of the organization. So categories are very important to this work. Arguably, they're among the more important elements and steps in this work. So I'm hoping that helps create a bit of clarity regarding that first leg. Any questions on this?
So instead of categories being based on similar activities or locations, is it always based on level? Or so like this example is beginner level activities. Well, what if you had, so then like adults who knew how to play, but they were still just wanted to like chill with their friends and play volleyball, right? Like that's a adult rec. I mean, how can you give me more examples? 'Cause no offense, I just think that's like a easy example, like beginner, intermediate, advanced. But what about like other activities, like someone's like an interest? I don't know. Can you give me more examples?
So really good question. So we've seen anywhere from 9 categories to 15. 9 categories on behalf of the biggest system we've ever worked with, which is the city of Austin. It serves a metro area of 2.5 million people, and they have 15,000 services. We've seen as many as 15. Oregon City had 15. Milwaukee's had 15. So it depends on the system. Your staff are creating the categories to represent their service menu. Your categories might be, these are examples, excuse me, beginner level activities, intermediate, advanced, competitive, where score is kept, special events, community events, education and enrichment, human services, right? So the complexity of your categorization is going to be based on the services you offer the greater Forest Grove community. Okay, so these are just general examples to give you an idea of what is a category and why is it important, kind of what does it look like. Allow me to share one more with you. Very different. That first one we shared, or I shared, is an activities-based category. This one is different. Let's assume in our hypothetical. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is Counselor Ewing. So I can wrap my head around it. Is then the percentage or the recovery rate, are we basing that on data on what it costs us to provide that service, whether it be for an elder group or a beginning swimming group? Are we doing it on how much staff time it takes, how much pool time, electricity? What are we doing with that category?
Well, right now we're just creating the categories, but ultimately
Okay.
we are going to be, and we actually are, we're about 70% through your cost of service analysis, which I'll address here in a moment. But absolutely, we're looking at all costs associated with these services. That becomes a baseline from which you make decisions regarding what the goals can reasonably be. So really appreciate the question. So allow me to give you one more example of a category. Again, these are general examples, just to give you an idea, again, of what a category is. We look on the left, let's say, we talked about a birthday party a bit ago. Let's say we provide permits for birthday party rentals in our parks, and let's say our cost recovery goal is 75%. Alternatively, let's say we provide youth sports rentals for our youth sports organizations, and our cost recovery is 25%. Some might suggest, and we see this often, that those are rentals. A rental is private use of a public space, right? Exclusive use of a public space. So it would challenge us to say, well, should these be different services, right? So we might say that these are rentals. Our definition may be private use of a public space or exclusive use of a public space by an individual or group. We would therefore have the same cost recovery expectation for these because they're both rental, right? These are examples, again. The question will come down to how you are going to categorize your services, how you'll define those, and ultimately the cost recovery goals that you will establish. But both of these are examples, right, of different kinds of categories that we might see representing an organization. So allow me to move on to the second leg. This is your, yes.
Will we be able to get a copy of these slides? Because we're going through it pretty fast, so I can do that. And as far as the service categories, is some services more important than other services? Does that figure into what we're talking about?
Really good question. Thank you. We're going to translate right into that right now. And I would suggest maybe it's not importance relative to those decisions, because it would be difficult, right, to say is a youth sport service any more or less important than a service for an older adult, is more or less important than, right? So one of the ways for us to begin to think about, if you will, ranking our services is by way of beneficiary of service. I will tell you, no one owns the intellectual property around beneficiary of service. This has been a way that economists in the U.S. economy have differentiated goods and services for decades. But it's really about who benefits. Therefore, it translates to who pays and to what degree. So allow me to get through this particular example, and then hopefully this will begin to crystallize the formation of your strategy. So if we think about beneficiary of service, it's important to understand kind of how it works and the nobility behind it. Allow me again in a hypothetical to explain what I mean by this. So let's say in our hypothetical park and rec organization, we've got a service area called aquatics, again, service area, and we've set a goal of 40% for all of our aquatic services. The interesting thing is you have a variety of different kinds of services in each service area, right? So let's say in our system, we've got things like Learn to Swim, and we've got maybe a master swim team. Well, we begin to look at this and go, well, let's talk about this. Let's deliberate a little bit, because who's benefiting? We might suggest on the left, a Learn to Swim program has greater access to a variety of people in our community. It aligns more with our common good, right? Our public good, if you will. Alternatively, we might suggest a master swim team is more exclusive. It's more individualized. You have to have a particular skill or ability in order to participate. So the question on the floor becomes, where do we invest our taxpayer resources? To what degree do we subsidize a common good service versus a service that might be perceived as more exclusive or specialized or individualized? Alternatively, we're going to have a number of services within each service area that are going to be in different categories. So on the left, again, for example, we might say that our Learn to Swim program is in our beginner level activities category. Alternatively, we may see another aquatic service exists in another category. Master Swim, we may say, is a competitive level activity. This helps begin the deliberation regarding where are we going to invest our resources, our subsidy dollars, if you will, and to what degree are we going to expect cost recovery expectation for different kinds of services within the same service area. So we're not just saying, well, aquatics is going to be X. We're beginning to be a bit more granular in the analysis relative to the services within each area. What this translates to is what we refer to as a beneficiary of service model, and this becomes essentially the first iteration of your philosophy and your strategy. And so we're going to be back, I'm going to be back with all of you, and I'm going to be putting you to work, and we're going to ask you to rank the categories of the organization from those you believe align most with common good. I'm going to provide a very explicit definition to those services that you believe are more individualized, more specialized, more exclusive, if you will. So to your question, we're thinking about now ranking your services. It's not necessarily what's more important or what's least important. It's about what aligns with common good and what aligns with individualized or specialized or exclusive benefit. And we rank those categories, and we're going to ask the professional staff to go through this exercise. We're going to ask all of you to go through this exercise, and we actually are also going to meet with a representative community group to go through this very exercise. We'll give them some context and ask them to participate as well. And we're hoping to have a nice cross-representation, if you will, of different community members, whether it's the parent of a child in a program, it could be somebody that goes and does lap swim, it could be somebody from a youth sports organization, but we want a nice cross-representation of different users in the community to contribute their perspectives as well. The third leg of the stool, and these are not in any particular order, if you will, because we've already started this work. It's been, I think, about 8 weeks now that we've been working with the staff to collect the revenues and expenditures associated with all of the services. And Alexis here has been leading the way on our team relative to the cost of service work. And so very simply, I just want you to know that this has been happening, it's going on behind the scenes, and continues. It will probably continue for the next few weeks. At that time, we will meet with the project team to reveal the data, reveal cost recovery performance for all services, and provide a series of guiding principles around setting goals so that it's not done in an arbitrary fashion. Right? We want to help the organization make sure that there are some very informed decisions around what the goals might be. And ultimately what happens is we take that beneficiary of service model where you've helped rank the categories and take those current cost recovery performance levels as a baseline to help inform the goals that are going to be set for the organization. And it translates that, transitions that beneficiary of service model into your strategy. It's the graphic representation of the philosophy of the organization around how you're going to invest taxpayer resources and how you're going to think about revenue enhancement opportunities. So allow me to share a couple examples, and these are simply examples. I don't imagine or expect that yours is going to look like these, but it gives you an idea of what they end up looking like and feeling like for different organizations. The methodology is consistent, the outputs and outcomes vary. This particular example is from a special district in the Chicago metro area. You can see their categories have been ranked. They included staff contributions, their elected board. This is a special district, so their board are elected officials, along with an advisory group and a community group. They ranked their categories, the category they believed aligns most with the common good, to the category they believed to be most individualized. And then, based upon their current cost recovery performance, they set goals for their organization. A couple of things I just want to point out relative to this particular strategy. Number one, you'll notice they have made a conscious decision not to subsidize anything above the fourth category. Anything they believe to be beyond just common good, they made the decision to say, we are going to expect at least 100% cost recovery. We're not going to subsidize. And those four services towards the top, they made the decision to say, we're going to be more ambitious. We're going to generate excess revenues to reinvest back into our organization. Here are the principal reasons why this organization chose this approach. Number one, they felt like there were significant inequities in this community. They wanted to, similarly to all of you, embellish their reduced rate scholarship fund. They had a very dynamic demographic shift happening in this community. Alternatively, they had a lot of deferred maintenance. They had built and they had grown very ambitiously for a very long time and realized they were not taking care of their assets. They have a pretty hefty maintenance backlog that they need to take care of. Alternatively, the Chicago metro area, at the time they actually created this, a lot of people were moving out of the Chicago metro area. Property valuations were decreasing, and they could not rely on the general fund to the degree that they had over time. It's a little bit of catching up for them, but you'll notice this is a more ambitious strategy. It's one where they're saying we need to be more self-reliant than we have been in the past. Share one more with you. This is Ashland. Oh, yes, sir.
Resales, can you explain what that means?
So the question was about resales. Resales are merchandise and food and beverage. So you think about vending items, you think about concession stand items, golf course, clubhouse items, golf clubs, golf bags, t-shirts, those kinds of things. So resales in this case represents food, beverage, and merchandise. Swim diapers. So some would question whether or not a swim diaper is a resale item, but it's a conversation for another day. So alternatively, here's one from Oregon. We've worked with Ashland, Oregon City, Sunset Umpire. There's quite a list, but I just pulled this one up to share with you. One that's a bit local. You can see, again, their categories, some similarities, some differences. Open access, that's, the opportunity to go into a public park, take your children to a playground, all the way up to, similarly, merchandise, food, and beverage sales. So they've just titled theirs a little differently. They have also chosen to have subsidy goals rather than cost recovery goals. It was important to them for people to understand this is how we're spending taxpayer dollars, as opposed to here's how we're thinking about revenue generation, right? Same coin, just a different perspective. A little less ambition here. Nonetheless, you've still got a category at the top right where they're expecting a little bit excess revenue generation, but this was their place to begin. They were not comfortable being too ambitious, but they knew they had to start somewhere. And so we just tell folks, you just got to start someplace. Let's get the ball rolling, if you will. In Ashland's case, they're like, this makes sense for us in this moment in time, and they're continuing to revisit it. Actually, they're about to reveal their new one, their next iteration, if you will, of their strategy. So methodology is consistent. Application is very different from city to city, from town to town, from district to district, and so on. But this gives you an idea of what it might look like at the end of the day as the process evolves and grows and shifts. I've got a few more minutes with all of you. I want to share with you the additional steps in the process and then open the floor for any thoughts, comments, questions you have. And I want to say this so I don't forget. Thank you for your time and energy. Really appreciate your attention. It's important that you understand the work that's being done behind the scenes, so thank you for that. One of the, I'll say, final steps in the process, and steps in the process is important because this is ongoing work. When the process is over, I always say the real work begins, right, in the organization. This is a critical piece to the work that we're going to be doing, hopefully alongside all of you. And this is the policy development. We're looking for the support and the advocacy from the commission, of course, and obviously support and adoption from the council. This is the policy piece of the work. At the end of the day, as this process evolves and grows and we get to a place where we have a strategy, we then want to create a policy for the organization. It will be up to you to decide how you want to brand it. Will it be cost recovery? Will it be financial sustainability? Will it be tax use and revenue enhancement? It's going to need to be something that resonates with all of you on behalf of the community. But the policy piece is critically important because what we do is we create some narrative around reduced rates and scholarships. We create some narrative around capital investment. It's essentially how are we going to manage our resources moving forward in a policy document that is essentially adopted by our councils. One of the critical components or pieces to this I want to make sure I leave you all with is this. Once that strategy unfolds and is in place, those goals become the barometer by which you think about charging, right? It's important to understand that a huge byproduct of this work are the fees and charges that will be implemented by the organization. So the strategy will be included in the policy. The strategy becomes essentially the guardrails and the parameters by which the professional staff will set the fees and charges. So it's going to be a slightly different approach to how you've approached it in the past. Nonetheless, we're asking the council in particular to adopt the strategy and the goals that will be the guidelines for how pricing will be established and implemented in the organization. There are a number of bits and pieces here. These are very robust policies. They're not 1 or 2 page policies. They tend to be 8, 9, 10 pages, depending on how deep Ann and Jesse might want to go with this to bring forward to all of you for consideration. And obviously a work session where we can really dive deep into the details of it all. Napa is probably one of the more recent success stories, I would say. For those of you that may not know, in April of 2020, the city of Napa made the decision to divest of Parks and Recreation for the city of Napa. They were getting rid of their public park and rec system. They spent 2 years going through this exercise in grave detail. They just finally had their council adopt a social equity policy, a capital investment policy, and a financial sustainability policy. And now the Park and Recreation Department have become the golden children in the city of Napa, and the rest of the organization is now following suit. So they have really dove deep, and this was a system that essentially was going to go away just a couple of years ago. So it's really, truly, I'd say, one of our profession's success stories over the last couple of years. But the policy is critical, and your contributions and perspectives as representative community members, electeds and appointeds, is so valuable for this. So with that, I'm going to share next steps, and then I would love to open the floor for thoughts, comments, questions. Again, want to be very respectful of your time because we know you have to get ready for your meeting this evening. So next steps, cost of service work continues. As I mentioned, Alexis is working alongside the staff to see that this work continues. Service categories, development work. We just had a work session with the staff this morning. They're beginning that work as we speak. They'll have their first draft of those categories to us by end of day, 2 weeks from today. I just put them on public notice that they will have their draft to us by end of day. No, I'm kidding. Beneficiary service work sessions. I'll be back March 18th and 19th. I'm sure you're all excited to see me again. We'll be back to do the beneficiary of service work, and I'll be asking you to rank the categories from those that align most with the common good to those that are more exclusive and individualized. Be doing that with the professional staff, with all of you, of course, and then that representative community group. And hopefully we'll have some final outputs and policy drafts shortly thereafter. So with that, I want to open the floor for thoughts, comments, questions.
First of all, just want to say thank you for your time. This was a really well put together presentation. And I think for myself, I don't want to speak for the council, but, financial sustainability and long-term recreation for the community is a huge goal of mine. I need your help with one part, the rentals. So when you were giving that example so that would be a category, would be rentals. And so then the cost recovery would be consistent for birthday parties and then youth sports. I guess I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that because then we go down to, I take notes, the beneficiary of service. And I would say that youth sports is common good, right? Like statistically, kids who are involved, are more successful, make all these connections, yada, 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 right? And then a birthday party rental is for one family for a party. So can you somehow like explain it to me a little bit differently so I can?
Yeah, and it's a good point, a good question. Again, illustrative examples, right? Think about it going back to, let's kind of rewind back to the question about should you be charging for a birthday party, right? Exclusive use of a public space. Some systems would define a youth sport rental as exclusive use of a public space. If I can't take my children out there to play catch, or we can't go out and play a pickup game, and you have prepared that field for one user group, one might argue, depending on your system, these were examples, that that's exclusive use of a public space by an individual or group. Now it's challenging because across the United States right now, there is a discussion around this particular topic. Full disclosure, I was a sporty, I played ball, I coached in college, I grew up on the ball fields. But we are deliberating as a profession, what is that line? And are those both similar yet different in that they're exclusive use of a public space? Now, it'll be up to this system to decide what are the categories and what are the definitions that fit your needs. We are finding the vast majority of systems are a rental's a rental, right? Depending on the user group. Alternatively, and I'll just share this one more thought. I just talked to a professional the other day, and they're in the midst of this discussion, and it's a deliberation, right? We want to be fair and just and equitable and so on. Why would that be any different than art? Why would that be any different than? We were talking about the nobility of sport in society today, right? It's a very complex conversation, but it will be up to this organization to decide that. That was simply an example.
Yeah, and I think, reflection is very valuable. And I think, too, by doing the categories, it does keep that personal interest value-based. It's not our job as policymakers to value one type of recreation over the other. It's to create a system where everyone can access it in the way that they need to access it. So I think that's good reflection for me, because it's probably that I think one is more, is it really common good, or do I think it is? So thanks.
Other thoughts, comments, questions about methodology this evening? Yes. Ewing? Councilor Ewing. You're on mute.
Thank you so much. I hope the question was open, and I'd like to weigh in. So when we're deciding between common good and individual, isn't it also going to be part of that equation what it costs to service for the city to service each of those events? Will we also be putting into that conversation a rental? But some rentals are more expensive than others because of the cost that goes into maintaining that. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it, is that once we get those pieces in place, it will help us better develop the structure under which we want to do a percentage of recovery.
Yes, so the beneficiary of service exercise, and I'll get into the details of this next we meet. We need to keep funding what we think things cost, how much we want to charge, completely separate from that discussion, because the focus is to rank based upon common good versus, or in contrast to individualized or specialized services. Ultimately, we will be revealing the costs associated with all of those services. Those then are the baselines from which the goals are established, if you will, or created. So they're varying steps, but ultimately there's connective tissue, right? They all connect together. Right. They all ultimately help you create that strategy that will result. But the beneficiary of service exercise, it's one of the more challenging parts of it, is I always try to be very gracious in saying, do not allow your perspectives around what you think things cost, how much you think people can pay. That really is a separate exercise, but ultimately we do connect the dots through the process. So yeah, really good question. Thank you.
Yeah, it makes me feel more comfortable. I just like to say as my final comment, I so appreciate this. Anne, I appreciate that you've stepped in and found a consultant that can work with us and has great experience. I think it will provide us a map as we as a council struggle with benefit, whether it be common good or an individual. So it is providing us a map. And I so appreciate that because I'm a geographer by trade and maps are always good. Thank you much.
Thank you. Other thoughts, comments, questions? Yes.
Thank you. And again, with my colleagues, I want to echo that I think the methodology, the process here is excellent, and I look forward to the department being able, and the whole city to be able to benefit by this whole exercise. The question I had goes back around to somewhat to the beneficiary of service. To me, there was, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an assumption there that more advanced you are as an individual also means that you all equally have the same ability to pay for those advanced services. Whereas I can tell you that a talented kid could be in a poor family as well. And just to say that that poor kid has to pay for a higher level of beneficiary service is going to deny, is not equitable. It's going to deny that child from excelling in an area which they could actually benefit.
Thank you for the question, comment. Please know that the suggestion isn't if you need assistance, even if your service is, let's say, more individualized, that you're going to be expected to pay a higher level. That's the whole, I would suggest, point of the reduced rates and scholarship program, is we're still going to expect that level of cost recovery, but maybe the funding is going to come from a scholarship, right? So it does go back to that ability versus willingness to pay. It doesn't matter where your service is relative to the continuum. The question is, are you in need? And we're going to do our best to ensure that we're going to support your efforts and interests in participating in those services. Alternatively, we're being very cautious that we don't have the default of affordability for everyone because we have some in our community who can't pay. Because when we do that, we are foregoing the opportunity to generate revenues that we may need to offset the general fund contributions. And we want to be able to set aside those resources for those who need assistance, regardless of how old they are, what their interest area is, and so on. So please, just for clarity's sake, yes, our cost recovery expectation might be higher up here, but the whole point of having reduced rates and scholarships is to provide access to those who need financial assistance. So go back to that Shanahan Park District example. Again, one of the areas of interest for them was to embellish and strengthen their scholarship fund for those who couldn't afford to pay. That's why we're very ambitious. But if somebody wanted to participate in a private lesson, hypothetically, they would then be granted, if you will, some scholarship funding, needs-based assistance, a reduced rate to be able to participate. So I'm glad you brought that up just so we could clarify that. Yeah. Other thoughts?
Well, I have about a half a dozen questions here, so I don't know if you want them all at once or one at a time. So, okay. The first one is, how important is the history of how we got to where we are right now? And when you look at the history, how will you find that information out about how we got to where we are now?
So we had a brief history, a little bit of a chronology there relative to your revenues versus expenditures, your capital investments. It's critically important to setting the stage. You know, we talk about it a lot relative to, again, the park and rec profession. When we look specifically at Forest Grove, we look back just to the last, 6-7 fiscal year cycles. There's a pretty strong indication that your expenditures have outpaced your revenues. What is that going to mean in terms of the next couple of years? We're making some assumptions and projections at the same time. Alternatively, it also feeds you relative to what corrective action do we want to take? You know, what do we want to do maybe a little bit differently or similarly as we set the stage for fiscal years 23, 24, 24, 25, and so on. So I'm a huge advocate of history is irreplaceable in terms of telling a story. And it also helps us understand how we got to where we are and what lessons learned, if you will, we might be able to apply moving forward. But you've got some really interesting data preliminarily that tells a story already about how much you've invested in capital, what your trend lines look like between revenues and expenditures and so on. And that's feeding this process.
Where will you find this? Just you've been going to staff to get this information?
Yeah, so the images, if you will, we saw earlier, we got a lot of the data from Paul about your history, your trend lines. Alexis right now is working with the professional staff to collect all your revenues and expenditures, which is going to feed the information we're going to reveal relative to cost recovery performance. So it's coming right from the professional staff.
The next one is, are you going to survey the local people about the local population on what they would like to see as far as cost recovery, et cetera? And if you are, how are you going to do that?
We are not going to survey. That's not part of this process. We're going to engage a representative community group to help us build that continuum, which is going to help create a bit of a navigation relative to where you're going to invest your subsidies more and where you might look at revenue enhancement. But a survey reaching out to the community about cost recovery expectations is not something that we do, nor is it a part of this process.
But feel free to jump in if you have a question. I don't want to dominate here.
I just had a related question to your question. This representative community group, how are you finding them?
So we will be looking for folks in our community that have participated in programs in the past, utilized our services in the past and our facilities, and try to find a representative that can represent our service categories that we create. And that will be a wide swath of folks from our community that participated in private swimming lessons, entry-level swimming lessons, rented space from us, whether that's picnic shelters and athletic fields or spray park. So we'll be looking for those groups. We'll also be engaging folks in our community that either are currently partners of ours or future potential partners of ours to help deliver services, or that have been by our side in delivering services.
Other thoughts, comments, questions? Oh, you had more. We can go out after this.
Okay. Well, you'll have to go to a fourth grade basketball game with me afterwards, but we can go do that. So on the ones I noticed up there, we're a full service city. So they have to the council gets to make decisions between fire and police and public works and parks and rec. So have you dealt with other cities that have these decisions to make? I think I just saw districts.
Ashland's a municipality, and I mentioned 130 some odd in the last 2 years. Probably 10 of those were special districts. The rest were municipal systems. So Brookline, Massachusetts, to Napa, California, to Mansfield, Texas, Chicago, yeah, all over the place. So, and they're all full service cities. They have police and fire and IT departments and finance and fleet and public works and libraries and so on the story goes. So yes. You haven't finished your list, right?
I think this is more of a reminder. What is going to be your order you're going to go through and do this help for us? We're going to, today to me is like step one, but for step 1A, because you've already been talking to Paul Downing, et cetera. So kind of what are we going to do the next few months? What's the order here?
So let's reflect back on the stool. Cost of service, which was the last one I presented to you, but it was the first one we started. It tends to be the backbone of the process. Collecting revenues and expenditures, analyzing that data takes time. So we've started the cost of service work. I keep checking in with Alexis, 70-ish% complete. We met today with the professional staff, did a workshop. They're about ready to get underway with service category development. First draft. Usually takes 2 or 3 iterations to get to a place where we go, this looks really solid, this looks good. First draft's due the 22nd of the month, end of day, 5 p.m. Pacific time. We're also then going to be scheduling, once those categories are in place, and we're going, these look pretty solid, Please keep in mind, those working drafts are expected to always live and breathe. They're like organisms. You're going to want to change them and adopt them or adjust them as opportunities present themselves. But we want that solid working draft to be able to do the beneficiary of service exercise, which will be back March 18th, which I believe, Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, that's already on the books. So we'll be meeting with you, both of your groups in this joint work session. You're going to be ranking. I'm going to do a quick process overview, kind of catch you up on where we are, and then I'm going to give you an exercise to do. We're going to walk through the instructions, if you will, the asks very deliberately, and then I'm going to put you to work. So you're going to contribute. We're going to ask that representative community group that Ann and team are going to be compiling. We're going to ask them to come to the table that same day. We'll be doing the very same thing with them that we're doing with you, and we're going to be doing the very same thing with the professional staff. So we'll have 3 different perspectives represented. The professional content matter experts, boots on the ground, who are your direct service deliverers. We'll have those representative community members, and then we'll have our electeds and our appointeds participate. We'll create 3 models, those beneficiary service models. There'll be a staff model, a commission, a council model, and a community model. We'll look at those independently, but we'll also then synthesize the results and create one hybrid to represent everyone's perspective. That will be presented to the staff for their thoughts and so on, and we'll have them make a choice in terms of the one they want to move forward with on the behalf of the organization. Finally, when the cost of service work is finished, which we anticipate probably the next 4 weeks-ish, then we're going to meet with the project team and say, here's the reveal of all the data. It's going to be a lot of data, but we want them to focus on what's the current cost recovery performance level for all of the services in the system and all of the services within each category. We're going to share with them guiding principles of how to make sure we're not arbitrarily making decisions around goals. They'll present a draft of goals. We'll put the goals in the continuum. The continuum will be built into the policy, and then we're going to come back to all of you with a draft policy. Say, here's where things are, here's where things landed, and have, if you will, a work session virtually with all of you to get your feedback. So that's kind of a very succinct kind of Cliff Notes version of where we're headed in kind of the next step. So, is there more on there?
Have you seen a big difference between working with a district versus a city? Does one appear to be more challenging as to come up with a really good plan between a full-service city and a district?
Districts are much easier to work with in terms of the containment of the revenues and expenditures. They have their own IT, they have their own this and that. They're self-contained. Municipalities will have to work with Ann and say, can you get the numbers from Public Works for the utilities for X? Or we need the numbers for fleet or whatever it might be, and that's an example. Districts, because they're self-contained, it's just easier to access the data. With municipalities, it becomes a little bit more challenging. But we always just say, if we can't get everything, let's make some assumptions. Let's start somewhere, right? You can always take corrective action in the next second year and the third year and so on if you choose to continue to analyze your costs. But districts, just by virtue of the fact that the system's self-contained, it makes it a little bit easier to access the data and information. That's a really good question. I haven't heard that one before. Final thoughts, comments, questions? I know we're about to wrap up. I have to move some furniture around. Ann, Jesse, anything you want to add before we finish? No? Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. We'll see you in a few weeks. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Forest Grove City Council on January 8th, 2024, our first meeting of 2024. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Council President Gustafson.
Here.
Councilor Marshall.
Here.
Councilor Martinez.
Here.
Councilor Rippey.
Here.
Councilor Ewing.
Here.
Councilor Valenzuela. Councilor Valenzuela is absent. And Mayor Wenzel.
Here. Forest Grove City Council meetings are located on the land of the Tualatin Kalapuas, who call themselves the Atfalati. They are now part of the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde. Will the audience and council please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item B on our agenda, which is public comment. Anyone wishing to speak to the city council on an item not on the agenda or on the agenda and not scheduled for a public hearing may be heard. Comments limited to 2 minutes. All testimony is recorded. Written comments may be submitted by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting to city councilors at forestgrove-or.gov. Zoom attendees use the raise hand option to be called on. Okay, I think I have one. I have Mr. Lowell Greathouse signed up for public comment. Lowell, would you like to come forward? It's a pleasure to see you. I haven't seen you in so long. Yes, and could you state your name and address for the record, please? Okay.
House, 1048 37th Avenue, Forest Grove.
Perfect, thanks.
And comments very brief. I sent a copy of a letter from the as acting chair for the Committee on Community Engagement to you, Mayor, and also the council, and it addresses item E2 on the agenda. So I just wanted to reiterate that committee served kind of a test group for work. We designed the website, and we just want to express our enthusiastic support for that. Well designed, attractive, and we've served the test that we've given. And I think it's going to be engagement. Council in the city, residents. So, the other quick thing to this day is we also have worked with and are supportive of a newsletter that developed. Part of those conversations are over, and then again something where the city is tool. So mainly here to support that and those who have worked. Thank you, Mayor. Serving in the liaison role that in the past. Hope that can do good.
Thanks, Lowell. I hope I don't speak out of turn, but speaking for the council, the work that CCI and now CCE has done with the communication master plan and supporting staff is really admirable and a lot of good things. And I'm hearing lots of good feedback from the community about the communication improvement and the two-way communication. So just pass on our thanks to the whole commission if you don't mind doing that. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I do not have anyone else signed up for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who maybe didn't see the green sign? Okay, would you please come up and state your name and address for the record?
Hello, my name is 4200 Pacific Avenue, Forest Grove, Oregon. And I spoke to you a few months ago concerning a concern I had with U Street between Pacific and Adair. And since that time, we got a beautiful letter from you guys saying, hey, we're working on it. It's all going to work out. And we keep having accidents. We're having bike accidents. And this is something that I think is very important to not drag out for 6, 7, 8 months. Even if somebody would go out there and just fix the lines that are, mislabeled, that would kind of help. I know they say that it's a 2-lane, but it actually looks like a 3-lane. And then I've had people where they are 2 stacks going from off of Pacific onto Air where there's 2 lanes and people coming across. It just gets really confusing. So I just want to, again, bring that to your attention so you just do it and maybe take a little more interest in it. All right?
Yeah. Jesse, is there an update we can send out to her? Is there because I know, so.
I received a letter. Okay.
But maybe about the driveway entrances and exits off U Street, like, are we anywhere? Go ahead, Jesse.
The U Street intersection is part of the East TV Highway Safety Improvement Program, and we are trying to get some funds for that program right now. I can have their Public Works, Chief of Public Works give you a call and chat with you more about the status of the intersection and where it's at. We are making some progress. It's just not as fast as we probably would like.
This was one, just like I said, I'm seeing
Yeah.
accidents, and I'm like, this shouldn't be happening.
Thank you so much. Anyone else in the audience like to give public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to turn to my Zoom participants. I see Caleb Wilson with a raised hand.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Caleb Wilson. I live at 2124 Bonnie Lane. I want to make a comment about the Brown House development. I have two major concerns with this development coming in. The first is the traffic that'll be down Sunset and Bonnie. At the Planning Commission, it did not sound like an adequate traffic study was done on what the traffic would be at Bonnie and then on Sunset. I've been living here for almost 3 years, and I'm not sure when they did that traffic study. There was no counters installed. There was nobody out here doing anything. There was no cameras set up. Bonnie's already pretty busy with the school traffic in the morning and the afternoon, and it can back up pretty far. I can barely get out of my driveway some days, and then Sunset can back up. And then my other concern is, and I know the developer has stated that they're putting in more parking than the state requires. But anybody who has ever lived in an apartment knows that there's never enough parking. And so what's going to happen is the cars are going to park on Sunset, and then the city, you guys are going to come in and put no parking on Sunset. And that's going to shift everybody in those apartments to park on Bonnie. And I already have people that block my driveway, and we can't get out. And then I'm really concerned with having small children that we're going to end up with a Banks situation. A few months ago with that little 4-year-old that ran out into traffic because there were just so many cars parked on the street. So as you go to discuss the Brown House today development, I'd like you to consider those two things and what's the city going to do to kind of alleviate the traffic and the parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. All right, anyone else on Zoom who would like to give public testimony? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to item C on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Items under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be adopted with a single motion without separate discussion. Councilors who wish to remove an item may do so prior to the motion. Any items removed will be discussed and acted upon following the approval of the remaining items. What is the wish of the council?
So moved.
Second.
Accept.
The consent agenda was moved by Councilor Rippey and seconded by Councilor Marshall. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none. The consent agenda is approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. Item D is additions or deletions. City Manager, are there any additions or deletions?
So just one comment. Typically tonight, the city council would elect a council president in accordance with the council rules. Staff would recommend, due to the length of the meeting tonight, if there is a consensus of the council, we'd like to schedule at time certain on the January 22nd agenda.
So you're looking for consensus from the council?
I am.
Can I get a thumbs up or a head nod? I'm seeing consensus. Okay, so we'll nominate council president and decide that the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
Other
thanks.
than that, no additions or deletions.
Okay, perfect. Any additions or deletions by city councilors? Seeing none, we will start with our first presentation. And I see that we have the annual audit report, a crowd pleaser, and Assistant City Manager Paul Downey is coming up to share the details.
Oh, I'm not going to share the details. I'm going to turn it over to the auditor. I'm just going to introduce the auditor. The auditor is one of 4 positions the council hires, that being the city manager, the city attorney, the auditor, and the municipal court judge. And I'm going to turn over to Chris Odell, who is the audit manager on the engagement this year. So Chris is going to go over the reports fairly quickly and see if the council has any questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris.
All right, thanks, Paul. I'm going to keep it pretty short and sweet
Can you
tonight.
turn his volume up?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Yes.
All
go ahead.
right, yeah. So I'm going to keep it pretty short and sweet tonight. Not too much to discuss. So I'll start out with the purpose of the audit very briefly. It's to form an opinion on the fair presentation of basic financial statements and then compliance with GAAP and general auditing standards, as well as Oregon municipal law. This year, there was no single audit required as the city didn't expend over $750 in federal expenditures because a lot of the ARPA funds weren't considered federal expenditures this year. They were more considered pass-throughs by the Fed. So a little bit less on that one. So we generally, the audit is conducted by examining evidence to support amounts and disclosures in the financial statements. We do a sampling of transactions on a test basis. It also involves inquiries of staff and certain analytical procedures. Another part of the audit is coming to an understanding of the city and the financial environment and its use of internal controls. We do this in order to assess the risks of material misstatement to the basic financial statements and to design the nature, timing, and the extent of our audit procedures. So as far as the results of the audit, the city was issued an unmodified opinion. So that's a clean opinion, no reservations. We found no exceptions or issues requiring comment on the state minimum standards. So no budget issues, that sort of thing. And there's a few other items on there as well. There was no separate management letter issued, which means there weren't any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses that we found in internal controls that we'd be required to disclose to the board. The other thing this year was that there was a new accounting policy implemented due to GASB 96, which is where certain IT software expenses are actually accrued over the life of the contract for contracts that are over a year. And then those are reported on the balance sheet as subscription assets and a subscription liability. So that's something different this year that you might see on the government-wide balance sheet. So yeah, that's pretty much it for tonight. I want to thank Paul and Melissa. It went real smooth this year and they're excellent to work with as always. So yeah, if you have any questions for me, I'm available for those, any quick ones.
Thank you. Any questions? I have a question, but I think it's actually for Paul. So,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
I thought I read somewhere in the audit that we saw an increase in revenue, like we got more money than we thought we were going to have because of park SDCs. Is that an accurate statement?
Probably, because we typically budget our parks SDCs relatively conservatively, and we've had development continued on more at a faster pace than what building expected when we basically get an estimate from building on how many permits they think they're going to issue. More permits got issued, there was more revenue than we were actually expecting this year.
So here's my question, and I'm just kind of like previewing for budget season, but do we have, I know can we use new park SDCs to increase our operational maintenance? So I thought we had to use it like to extend or create more recreation or for a new park, but if we have these new parks, can we also use part of it to maintain the new parks we have? No,
As for to expand parks and recreational expenditures that require capital outlays. That doesn't mean if you have an existing park, if you do a project that expands the recreational opportunities within an existing park, that you can't use Parks SDC's funds to do that. It's not just to build new parks, but if you're expanding expanding opportunities within existing parks, you can use park system development charges for the capital expenditures, not
only for capital,
not for the operational
not for
expenditures.
operational. Okay. Sorry, it's a problem we have right now because we have new parks, which is great. It's a good problem to have, but our maintenance is a small staff. Okay, that's my only question. Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Mr. Odell. Thanks for joining us via Zoom. Paul, are you staying up here?
I'm going to slide everyone chair and Stephanie's going to take the microphone.
So we're going to have our communication and program manager join Paul. Stephanie's going to come up and introduce the new website we're all real excited. Well, I'm really excited. Counselor Ewing, can you see the website?
I can, thank you.
Cool. Oh, that looks nice. Uh,
They're still on a testing service, so sometimes, because it's ready to be released. It will be January 11th. And then basically all of 2024 will be publicizing the new. Um, So, and I'd like to add too, included in this website was also new software. Really, we'll go over that very briefly. But this is the new homepage. You can scroll down here. You have all these quick, fast. You got the news portion. And you know, the biggest part of this was the calendar. This is just the homepage calendar. It's divided into meetings and there is a main calendar with things, but and people can subscribe to that. That was part of publicity. So all I'm going to take you through Civic Clerk really quick. So if somebody comes to our site and they want to see agendas, they hover over government. And the first option here is agenda. And then we'll use this meeting as an example. If you see this little icon, that means there is backup information. So here you can see the agenda packet, and you can also scroll this side here and download any of the backup information. And this is open for this is public thing. Also meeting overview, where you can go section by section. So that's people interested. We also have our departments broken down. I've spent the most time, I think, with Parks and Rec pages, and I guess we should stand from the work session. So we'll go here. And again, easy navigation. We have an alert already. The Aquatic Center will close for a swim meet. So that way there's, everybody knows about it that is interested in parks. And just say we're interested in aquatics. So there, with aquatics is right here in this side menu. All of the contact information, including how they can subscribe to the Grove Groove, which is the online e-newsletter. It has a quick reference event. It has a contact us portion, so they always know who the appropriate people are for that department. Every department has this, so there's no issue finding contact information at some position. That is, yeah. You guys want to get anything?
Yeah, I have a question and I want to see a couple things. So,
Sure.
with the can we go back to the calendar? So, is the calendar only going to be city events, or like what? I mean, how do we decide what events go on that calendar? Because, you know what I mean? Like, what if city clubs hosting Holiday in the Grove? Like,
So city events will go on that. We do have the tourism site under the community tab. So under community here,
mm-hmm.
when it loads up, under community, there is going to be a visit us section that takes you right to the tourism site. I also have a local events page that has all of the most beloved Forest Grove events. Gives a little synopsis of that event, but then also links people directly to their website that. So there's no question of who's hosting it, where it's taking place. It's all.
Well, then my other question. So my question I have has to do with communication. I want to kind of see the like report. I like coined it in my head, like fix it Forest Grove. I don't think that's the actual name. But like how people report like something that they want fixed by the city.
Sure.
And
Okay.
then
So I will say the request tracker,
Yeah.
which I know has a lot of interest here. That's part of not
it's not out yet.
quite ready yet. There's a lot of moving parts with that, and because it's such a powerful tool, only 5 people or 5 departments really
Yeah.
are allowed to use it. So we have
Okay.
the departments ready, and we will be discussing who uses what. I can go to that page, but you're not going to see much because you have to have a website account to use it.
Okay.
So that's definitely part of the
And then
sizing.
some of the feedback the council gave about communication was like if people use the website to email either staff or council, like just kind of streamlining that and having a system. What does it look like if someone wants to email us as opposed to someone wants to email Paul about the budget? Like, is there a way on a form to say like, hey, I want all of city council, or I want a staff response. I just want to tell you, I don't want a response. Like, we're kind of looking for some of those things.
Okay. So city council, this is how it is right.
So there isn't a form yet that says.
Not yet.
But are we going to do that?
If you want, absolutely, you can definitely form. So they have a choice to email individual members or email city council.
I just think that sometimes I just would like some sort of system where I know like, hey, this is a staff request, and so staff's going to respond, or this is like a policy and they want to hear from the electeds. And I think there, in some other municipalities I've seen where you can choose that option of whether you want to be replied to. If you don't, I think it would just help us, because sometimes we've talked to the council, like, does someone respond? Does someone else respond? Does city staff respond? So that's my concern with it. And then the other thing is I would really like to see bios for each city councilor, like on like a page, right? Like I've seen that too, where each, like people elect this councilor's position, like then the public can be like, hey, this person has done a lot of work with housing. This person, you know, like this is their platform. This is their interest. This is right. And their commissions, right? Like, and the things they're associated to and that they're representing the city for. I mean, I don't know how you all feel about that, but I think if we could write something up and submit it to Stephanie, it would be great. Those are my comments. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a few comments. Thank you again for the presentation. I'm going to get into the boring stuff. How do you get to the code, city code? I want to look up paragraph, section.
City code right here.
All right. And you can get into each of the titles and go down and look at the exact wording of something.
Absolutely. And we've also added the development.
Good.
link too.
Okay, that was, okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. So you asked, is there any other area that we want to look at? So did we include anything on here about Sister City?
Yes. So Sister
Okay,
City.
and yes is fine. I don't need to see
Oh,
it.
okay. I was gonna say it is under
yeah,
our.
Okay, and then
boards
the other
commissions.
thing was, are we? It's just a question. Are we or are we not linking anything with the activities of the senior center? Even though that's a nonprofit running the center, it is a city facility. So I'm just curious as to whether or not we did anything there.
Not as of right.
Well, it's kind of a question whether, you know.
Is
I
it
don't know
under
what
community?
The rest of the council, pardon?
Is it under community, Stephanie?
I think
that is what is.
I wonder too, like what Councilor Rippey's saying, if it goes back to my question with the calendar, if on that community calendar, we reach out to our community partners and say, hey, we're putting this calendar on the website. Are there things you would like on it? Right. And then we can put it all on there.
Right. To me, it's a difference. We would not want to combine our calendar with the chamber, for example. But the senior center, that nonprofit is providing a service to our residents. And as such, I think that their calendar could be related to ours in the sense of some of the activities. That's more of my opinion and thought. Maybe you want to get a feel of staff and everybody else. In other words, if we have senior citizens that are looking to do something in the city, where are they going to find the information? On the city's website. And maybe it's nothing more than a link to their website. That's fine. But if I were moving into town and I'm 75 years old and I want to do something, are there, what are the activities going on? Thank you.
Council President Gustafson.
So a solution that would be really easy is just on the city's calendar page. And I was going to mention this before, because you mentioned there's the city calendar that's just city stuff, right? And then there's the community calendar. To have, is that not what you said? Okay.
No, it's city meetings, city events.
Separate calendars?
Yes.
Right. So both of those pages could easily have a section looking for another calendar and just list them out with a link to that organization's website, or like from the city calendar to the community calendar on the city page. The more challenging solution is to actually set up, and all of the calendars would have to be set up this way, so it would have to be collaborative, so that we can have a page that layers all of the calendars of collaborative organizations, such as the Chamber of Commerce, Adelante Mujeres, City Club, that sort of thing, so people can filter off of one calendar page. But that would take more work.
I just want to note that I mentioned 75 because I don't consider myself a senior citizen yet. Yeah.
This is
A
Counselor.
little bit of humor. Come on.
I'm laughing, Tim. This is Counselor Ewing. To kind of address that a little bit, I would caution against us having every event on the calendar. Other nonprofits have tried to do that. I believe the Chamber tried to do it. It's almost impossible to be able to input their calendar, getting it in time. So I really want us to think a little bit before we start jumping into other nonprofits and their calendars. I think a link is fine, but then how many nonprofits do we have in Forest Grove? How many nonprofits do we have in Hillsborough that support and aid us? That's almost like a full-time job to keep those calendars up and running. So just a cautionary note there. Also, I wanted to mention, we had discussed a little bit CCE and Stephanie, when we were talking about the new website, we had also talked about a little pre-intro training on the website that would, for those that are not experts in the system, hover to a lot of newbies to technology. They don't understand that. So there needs to be some basic training and terms and things so everybody has kind of working off of the same information. The last thing that I wanted to mention too was I went into the request tracker and I agree there wasn't a lot going on, so I couldn't really review it fully. But yes, I agree we need something that is going to allow a person to say, yes, I want input from council, from staff. No, I don't need it. Is this an emergency that you're bringing to us? Something that's a little bit more in expressing how or what input that person needs back from the city. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ewing. Stephanie, the website looks really good, and it's been a lot of work. So thank you so much. Thank Joyce, if Joyce has been helping
It
as well.
looks wonderful, very clean.
It looks really good. Well, thank you all. It looks really good. It's exciting. It's so much better. Okay, thanks. Ooh, I lost my agenda. Okay, our next presentation is on the Main Street program. And we have Miles Glowacki, our Economic Development Coordinator, and Brian Poole, our Community Development Director. Hello, gentlemen.
Good evening. I'm Mayor, City Council.
The anticipation of the presentation loading.
Turnout.
I know.
They're all here for you guys.
It's all for Miles.
No pressure.
Oh. There is below it. Okay, perfect.
Well, good evening. Purpose of my respond. This chamber. And then I'm going to talk a bit Main Street. Program does the strategy place space? slides I'm skipping over, go into a little. Under this framework, provide a variety of services, marketing systems, mobilize, building relationships. One of the most exciting example of a catalyst strategy. Market, public, strategy. Another example. You see that yeah.
Or Miles. You're good.
Okay. Next slide, please. The following work has been done exploring the program. So here's kind of where we're at now. A task force was formed and met multiple times to learn about and discuss the program. The task force toured downtown McMinnville. That's got a really successful program. And the task force recommended that the community pursue the Main Street program further. The council's boards and commissions subcommittee discussed the program and recommended that a nonprofit pursue the program. And the Economic Development Commission discussed the program and reached a consensus that a nonprofit should pursue the program, and the commission supported the chamber's desire to establish the program. Overall, there's been broad evidence of the effectiveness of the Main Street program and support within Forest Grove. Do you have any questions?
Questions for Miles? Council President Gustafson.
The City Club voiced interest a number of times. Was the City Club brought up in this conversation? And was the recent unfortunate events with the tourism contract brought up in this conversation as it has pertained to the Chamber of Commerce?
The tourism contract and the Chamber of Commerce are a separate issue from the Main Street program.
Mm-hmm.
When the program was discussed at EDC, the Chamber voiced their desire to take the program to the next step there. And that's when the EDC heard from them and decided that they would like to support that.
And Brian, did you bring up that you and I had conversations about the City Club taking on that role as well? Okay. There's a communication breakdown. That's unfortunate.
Councilor, okay, Jesse, and then Councilor Rippey.
I guess the only thing I'd like to add to maybe Miles' report is there's an application deadline of January 31st. It's my understanding that anybody can apply to take on the Main Street program. It's my understanding that the request has been, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the chamber is applying and in that application process has asked for a letter of support from the city for that application. Any nonprofit, I believe, is welcome to apply to the Main Street program. It's not limited to any particular nonprofit. It's just that's the status of where they're at right now. Is that accurate, Miles?
Yes, that's correct. That's how I understand it as well.
It's your turn first. Councilor Rippey.
Yes, I think if I recall correctly at our last meeting, it was brought up and I made the comment about the city's club interest, and that's why we sent it on to the EDC for them to take consideration and hear what was going on so as not to prejudice the application process.
Can both the City Club and the Chamber work on this together?
They could. Absolutely.
Councilor Ewing.
So I want to step a little bit further down the road a little bit here, in that I believe before we start issuing letters of support to any organization, we as a council need to have an internal conversation about what types of support we're going to provide for nonprofits or other businesses. I think it puts us in a kind of a precarious position of supporting perhaps the chamber, but then will we support the downtown club? Doing those types of support letters need to have a formality to them. What exactly are we writing a letter of support for, in this instance, to the chamber, when I don't know what exactly their program is going to look like? I don't know what exactly they're going to provide for services. So I really want us to be cautious when we're, as a municipality, providing support to nonprofits, that we have at least some sort of policy structure in place so there's equity for each group that is applying. Thank you.
In response to some of Councilor Ewing's questions, I'm bringing up the email from Hope right now. We need a letter of support. Wait, this is an intensive program. They would like the letter of support because they are planning to apply for grant funding and seek out the other potential funding sources identified in the meeting notes to support this effort. City assistance will be critical. For me personally, I would like to see both. I mean, I would like to see any nonprofit or any group that wants to. I think this is a great program. I think I was on the task force with Council President Gustafson, and I think we need to take steps in looking at this. And so if the city club wants a letter of support, like, I would support that. If the chamber wants a letter of support, I would support that, because it will get the ball rolling for grant funding and to start this process. That's where I stand. Another option is we could invite chamber to come give us a presentation so they need the letter of support by January.
End of January.
The end of January is what the email says. So at the next meeting, we could have City Club present and the chamber present, if that makes council feel more comfortable. Or we could write the letter of support. It could be in the consent agenda and people could look at it. Those are some options I'm thinking right now. I don't know how the rest of the council feels. Okay. So Councilor,
What was that?
I would be for having both come in and present.
I guess, what are we asking them to present? Because I know that
they're applying, but we don't.
That's what I mean. If people want to have more information, like, I'm going to be really honest. I am fine with the council giving a letter of support. Like, we've had the task force, we've followed our process. We said that we were going to have EDC make a recommendation. EDC made a recommendation. The board and commission subcommittee said a nonprofit should carry it out. So, like, for me as a council, I'm going to be really honest. I feel like we've done the process and the system, and I'm comfortable with a letter of support. What I'm hearing from some council members is that they wanted more information. So that's why I was like trying to find a compromise or a solution. But for me personally, I would be fine writing the letter, putting it in the consent agenda. And that way, if someone's uncomfortable with it, they can pull it.
I would be in favor of a letter of support to the chamber. I think the due diligence has been done. The detail that we're asking for is almost a visionary type of detail that they don't know yet, because they haven't been engaged in the program itself. And so I do think that we, in our letter of support, can be very clear in encouraging a collaboration. But in these kinds of instances, you're going to need a lead agency. The lead is going to have to be either or. It can't be both. And so I'm in favor of having the chamber, after our due diligence, get a letter of support as being the lead agency, but with a strong emphasis in the letter of support that they collaborate. That's where I am.
Councilor Ewing?
So I want to make clear, I'm not anti letter support for the chamber. What I want is I want us to have a policy in place for any time we're providing a letter of support, that certain things need to be provided prior to us deciding on a letter of support for nonprofits and other organizations. So it isn't not supporting the chamber. It's going forward. I would like us to have a more formalized process on how we're going to use our good name, our good reputation to support organizations when we don't have that type of information. Yes, I do want to hear from both the chamber as well as the city club. And I agree with Tim that there has to be an agency that takes the flag forward. But I'm talking in future events, before we put our letter of support for or endorsement of, that there should be a policy in place that we all agree on as a council before we issue those. I just don't like doing it on the seat of our pants without having a formalized policy on how we're going to provide and what we expect from that letter of support. Thank you.
Council President Gustafson.
I'm sorry, this is going to be just a bit long-winded because I was unable to attend the last council meeting, and I'm a little bit behind and a little bit surprised at the lack of communication that has happened, because I was direct about City Club's interest in this program. The City Club was engaged along with yourself, Ms. Mayor, in these downtown meetings. The chamber was not. So I agree with what Councilor Ewing is saying. We definitely need a process. We can't just throw a letter of support to one and not give other organizations a chance to interview for it, so to speak, if that's what the process is going to be. But there does need to be a process. I'd also like to remind the council, and I did not want to bring this up, but we really need to think about, because this is where I'm at personally, is just recently the chamber had money problems because of mismanagement of funds. Just recently, there were a number of emails sent to the city in regards to tourism and equity on how things were being handled for each business that wasn't donating money versus businesses that were donating money to the chamber. So it's a little bit shocking that we're ready, some of us are ready to write that letter of recommendation from an organization who's just starting to get back on their feet again from a significant mistake that was made. That's still fresh in my mind. So I do not support a letter of support for the chamber or anybody at this point. I think we need to have a process for this and better communication to the Economic Development Committee of what a council has been relaying to our staff, so that there's some fairness here. I'm sorry, I'm shocked, but that's where I'm at. I agree with Councilor Ewing. There needs to be a process to follow. It needs to start with this project.
So we need some direction from council.
People have till the 31st to apply, correct?
Yep.
So
Well, just at the end of the month. I don't know the
well,
date.
the end of the month. But we're willing to throw an endorsement of some sort without having.
I'm going to push back a little bit. So at the last meeting, I came to council and said, hey, this is the email we received from the chamber saying they're interested in applying for this grant. I said, what is I'm really going to push back. So I said, what process do we want to use? And at that meeting, it was decided through consensus that we were going to continue with the path of Miles presenting at the EDC, and that the EDC is going to make a recommendation, and then we'll come back. So if you disagree or agree, that's fine. But to say there wasn't a process and to say that there wasn't consensus to do it this way, is wrong. It's just straight out wrong. I mean, you both weren't here and you didn't go back and read the minutes. And so that is annoying to me because whenever we've written a letter, whether it was a letter to Washington County, the process is through discussion and consensus about our concerns, our issues, and speaking as one voice. And I think for the last year, we've done that. So I guess what I want to figure out is where do we go from here? Do we invite? I have not heard, just on like a small thing, I've not received an email from City Club about the Main Street program. I saw it in the Board and Commission presentation, like City Club could take this on. And I remember thinking like, well, we can't really tell a nonprofit what to do. I have a little bit of angst when you have a nonprofit who wants to do something and is just asking for support. And we've decided that we also want to explore it, to be like, oh, well, it's nice that you want to explore it, but let's now like change it. I don't know. I just feel I'm fine. If we want to bring EDC, or not EDC, if we want to bring City Club, Chamber, do we want to like post something else like any other nonprofits interested in applying for this grant, then come present. But what I don't want to have is nothing happen before January. Okay, Council President Gustafson and then Councilor Rippey.
So I don't know that minutes came out soon enough for us to really prepare for that. But if there was a consensus, and even if I was here and agreed, okay, we're going to let the Economic Development Committee work this through, I would expect that committee to come up with an internal process to do this and not just pull it out of their ear, right? I mean, I wouldn't expect them to say, hey, we're just going to do this without having any research, any conversations, in anything. So yes, there may have been a process, and everybody here may have, agreed to hand it to the EDC, but then it stopped there. There should have been more.
My question wasn't even whether if we were going to vote for either. I was just asking the process of if there's more people that can apply until a specific date, how can we make a recommendation when that date has come? That's all my question was.
Oh, so the letter of support is for them to write the grant application. Like they're going to write a grant application.
That was my question. I wasn't
the grant
supporting
application
either,
is
or
due.
I was
Yeah.
just asking a clarification question on my end.
So I two of us had consensus to move forward with the letter, but there's really obviously no consent. So is there, Councilor Ewing?
Yes, thank you. I did read the minutes. I understand the consensus. I can certainly understand your angst, Melinda, but my understanding, similar to Councilor Jefferson, was that we would have EDC take a look at it and recommend. I again still say there is no formal process. Those were things we consented to, but there's no formal process for which groups can come forward and get a letter of support from us. So that's what I'm looking for, is in the future that we put together something as to what we expect when we provide a letter of support. As to how we resolve this, I really have concerns. If we have another nonprofit who wants to throw their hat in the ring, we've already given our letter of support to Chamber. That is going to be an equity issue, no different than it's an equity issue for Donna with the Downtown Club. So we have to make sure proactively in the future that we have a firmer process on how we will provide and whom we will provide letter of support for. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I do believe, since there is a communication issue, that we bring them both in and have a conversation with them. I have some issues and concerns as well as to the management of this particular program. So I don't think it's wasting our time to have them come in. I don't know how widely the application was PR'd. through the nonprofit world. So I think we're stepping into an area where we're just going more by the seat of our pants. Thank you.
Is there consensus from the council to invite both the city club and the chamber? Let me check our agenda for the next meeting. We have the present.
If the council would like to do that, we can make every effort to try and accommodate it, Mayor.
Could I also ask staff, how did information about this grant go out? Who did it go out to? Were other nonprofits notified of this possibility?
So it's my understanding that the chamber sought out the information. I didn't personally invite them to apply or to participate further. They came to the meeting and said that they wanted to do it. So they sought out the information. And
No,
So-
I in no way thought, Miles, that you had told them yes or no. I never felt that way.
no,
What
I
I'm
just mean I didn't send it out to anyone
But
else.
where did the application go at all? Did we reach out to other groups and ask them if they wanted to apply? Other nonprofits that do this thing, like, I don't know, the tourism, Washington County Tourism, any other nonprofits that we reached out to. So there was an equity in who knew about this application. That's my concern.
So I did not reach out to anyone else.
Can I maybe see if I might be able to answer this? So the Boards and Commissions Subcommittee recommendation was to have a nonprofit do it. The task force recommendation was to have a nonprofit, and after EDC, I believe their recommendation was to have a nonprofit. The nonprofit in this case that asked for the letter of support, any nonprofit can apply for it and pursue the Main Street program with or without the city's support. The deadline is January 31st, I believe. The city didn't publicize a deadline for applying for the Main Street program, or we didn't contact anybody about it. And so I believe they self-sought it out. The chamber did in this case, and then they asked for it. And so there wasn't any outreach per se, Councilor Ewing, about applying for this. But what the city's recommendation has been is that it should go to a nonprofit. And so I think we're at the place where a nonprofit has now expressed an interest in it. And so it appears that part of the other question is if other nonprofits may be interested in it. And I think that's part of what's being discussed here tonight. I hope that helps answers the question.
It does, Jesse, but it gets us back to the same equity issue. Okay, nobody else sought it out. The chamber was able to and went through and sought it out. But what were our steps in providing this information to other nonprofits, which it appears we didn't do any outreach? So how do we know who would have applied? I understand the letter of support. I get all of that. I'm talking about the process. It does not appear to me that there's fairness in the process when nonprofit has to seek it out. Another nonprofit doesn't know it's happening, and we don't know if other nonprofits would have been interested. So that's the process I'm saying we must get a better handle on so that there aren't any equity issues going forward.
I don't want to belabor this discussion, but City Club was on the task force where the recommendation was made for a nonprofit to run it, right? So I think that City Club did know that there was an opportunity. I mean, I don't want to speak because I'm not City Club, but they were on, when Jesse talks about that Main Street Program Task Force that happened last year that went toward McMinnville, there was City Club representation on that, Councilor Ewing. Council President Gustafson.
Let me clarify that. I was definitely on that task force as a city club
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Exactly. And I spoke to Brian, I spoke to you, I spoke to Jesse, and I spoke to the chamber and let everybody know that the city club was interested. And Brian, you and I talked about this, and the communication given back to me was, we're not there yet. We're going to bring it to council and have a conversation, and we'll take it from there. all of a sudden I'm hearing that there's a letter of recommendation that we're talking about giving to the chamber and that they're going to sign up for the Main Street program, where the president of the city club has been waiting for further communication from the city because they have been wanting this since the beginning. And I kind of feel like backdoors, right? Backdoors. That's where I'm at here. I abstain from the rest of this conversation.
Well, so let's move forward. Are we going to invite, let's say we invite, are we comfortable inviting both, I mean, any staff recommendations?
If the council would like us to invite any potential applicants for the Main Street program to present at the next meeting, we'd be happy to schedule that. I would ask that if there is a nonprofit that's interested, to let us know so we can make sure and get that scheduled, and then queue from there.
Can we support more than one organization?
I don't know that there's any limit to the number of organizations you can support. Yeah, there's no from the Main Street's perspective. If there's an organization that's willing to apply and willing to take it on, and there's kind of consensus support for that, then the Main Street program will designate them as the Main Street entity, if you will. But I don't believe there's any limit to the number of applicants that they can have or the number of letters of support for those applicants.
Before we move on from this conversation, one thing I do not want to have happen is this create strife and conflict between two really good nonprofits who are trying to revitalize our downtown and put the city club is doing great things and putting great activities forward. The chamber, I think that was like a little bit of a low shot because the mismanagement was not from this leadership of the chamber. So anyways, this chamber is also trying to reinvest in downtown. For the whole time I've been on council, I'm like, why can't these two organizations work together, right? Like work together for the betterment of the community. And they're both great organizations. So it would be really nice too if, I mean, and I don't know, this has to happen outside of chamber, or outside of council, but if y'all could work together for the Main Street program, it's like the whole community wins. That's just my personal opinion. And I really think that both groups are great, and I don't want to see this conflict like blow up with things that are said, to each other, because you're both good at both City Club and the chamber are doing great things. Okay,
I still had two questions, because I had a question last time and it hasn't been answered. I asked whether or not we know for sure that the City Club is a registered nonprofit with the state. I never got an answer. I don't know that they are. If they're not a registered nonprofit, then I don't think that they're qualified to apply for that particular grant. And the other question I have is, I know that Councilor Gustafson represented the City Club, but what is your position with the City Club?
I'm the president.
So to me, that's a conflict of interest.
I would not be voting.
It's not been transparent. So we have some serious issues here. And I hear what Councilor Ewan is saying. At this point in time, with the division that's up here, then I would also recommend that we're totally agnostic with regard to this application process at all, and we follow Councilor Ewan's suggestion and come up with a process for future letters. But right now, I don't see how we're going to be able to do that because we have serious conflicts up here.
So are you proposing not writing a letter and not having them come and present at the next meeting?
Well, can I get an answer on whether or not the City Club is a legitimate nonprofit? Because if they are not a legitimate nonprofit, I'm fine with going ahead with the chamber.
I can't definitively give the answer. And looking at their website, I don't see something stating that they are a nonprofit, but it doesn't mean that they are not a nonprofit. So I don't have a definitive answer for you here this evening.
So without a definitive answer, I don't know how to make a recommendation to go forward unless we just don't do anything.
Can we get an answer of that by the next meeting?
Certainly.
And then and then we'll decide about the next steps. once we know that?
So I do know that to qualify for the Main Street program, you do have to be a certified nonprofit. It has to be a 501A or a 501C, and to do that, it requires a federal designation. Then you can be eligible to apply for the program. And so if a nonprofit doesn't meet that, then they cannot apply.
And they have to be registered with the Oregon Secretary of State's office.
Okay, so more to come. Thank you, Miles and
I
Brian.
guess that this is,
Counselor
I guess
Ewing.
that this is, I'm sorry, I guess that this is it. We come to a situation where we do not have a process into place. We got consensus. That does not mean a process. And we don't even know whether one of the entities is a nonprofit. We don't do this with any other grants. We don't do this with CEP. Why would we be so casual with a letter of recommendation? To me, you need to be able to, if you're going to give a letter of recommendation, there needs to be the same rules applied to all nonprofits that might want to apply for it. And we don't have that. I just really don't feel that a letter of support, without us having a process, without having a reach out to other nonprofits, not even knowing if one of the groups is a nonprofit, that's not the way to do business. We should do it no differently than we do CEP grants when we're making a decision about putting our name to something.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we're going to move forward on the agenda. Thanks, gentlemen. Where's my agenda? We are moving on to item F, which is our public hearings, ordinances, and resolutions. 1A is Kyle Park property redesignation, ordinance number 2024-01. And we have Dan Reardon presenting and Brian Poole also presenting, maybe just assisting. Oh, I got to do this.
Script.
Yeah, I got the script. I'm like, there's lots of papers
I
tonight.
think the script will take longer than the presentation.
I will now open the public hearing on proposed amendments to the Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan and zoning maps for the Kyle property at 1530 B Street. Lupus, I don't read that. All persons will be given reasonable opportunity to give testimony about this proposal addressing the applicable decision criteria. If an issue is not raised during the local decision-making process, or if the issue is not explained in sufficient detail to allow for a response, that issue cannot be used for appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity, I can never say that word. Okay, can Dan just say it? Thanks. To allow the city council, applicant, or staff to respond. Precludes an action of damages in circuit court. Before we continue with the hearing, do any counselors need to disclose any ex parte contacts, bias, or conflicts of interest? If so, please indicate the nature of your ex parte contact, bias, or conflicts of interest, and indicate whether you intend to participate in an impartial manner or abstain from the hearing. Any ex parte? Seeing none? Does anyone in the audience wish to challenge a city councilor's impartiality regarding this matter? Seeing none. Tonight's hearing will go in the following order. First, we will hear the staff report. Then we will hear from the applicant. Next, opportunity for public testimony. First, anyone who supports the application. Then anyone who opposes the application. Finally, the applicant will have a chance to provide rebuttal. Senior Planner Dan Reardon will now provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Dan Reardon, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. And I realize no one is here for my presentation. It's, in the interest of time, I'm going to do an abbreviated version of the presentation. The full written presentation, PowerPoint presentation is in. Up on the screen is a map showing the location of the property, 1530 B Street, south of 17th Avenue, east and north of Gale Street, west subject property is just about 8 plus or minus gross acres. The site is currently improved. The property at 1530 B Street, also known as the Kyle property, was donated to the city and is identified for future park in the city's Park and Recreation Master Plan. The city's Parks and Recreation Department requests City Council approval of an ordinance amending the Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan to redesignate the city-owned property from general industrial to public. This will allow for rezoning the property for park development. If City Council approves this ordinance, this action will redesignate the property from general industrial to public on the comprehensive plan map. Amending the comprehensive plan map provides the basis for adoption of an order amending the zoning map to make it consistent with the comprehensive plan map designation. If approved, this order will change the property zoning designation from general industrial to an institutional, which matches the public comprehensive plan designation. And these are basically legal requirements for zoning property. So tonight, staff recommends the City Council adopt a motion approving first reading of the ordinance amending the city's comprehensive plan map to change the designation from general industrial to public. Staff further recommends that council continue tonight's public hearing on the ordinance to January 22nd for second reading, and that council also consider the required zoning map amendment order on January 22nd. This concludes the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have this.
Any questions for staff? Okay, so I am now going to invite our Parks and Recreation Director, Ann Lane, to offer additional comments on the proposal.
Thank you for your time and consideration this evening. Kyle Park property, as Dan described, located on B Street. That property was donated to the city with the intention that it be developed into a park, and that is the intention of that property.
Any questions, councilor questions, comments? Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on the proposal? Please state your name and address for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Anyone in the physical audience who would like, oh, I see Mr. David Morelli coming up.
David Morelli, 1320 Cedar Forest Grove. This should be a brainer.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional public comment? Anyone on Zoom like to comment? We're switching over so I can see the people on Zoom. Seeing no hands raised. Okay. Does the applicant wish to provide a rebuttal? No, it does not appear so. I will now close the public hearing. Council deliberation. Oops. Do any councilors have any thoughts? Any discussion from council? Okay, I will now ask for a motion.
So moved, Counselor Ewing.
Second.
Okay, ordinance 202, I should probably just read the script. The motion is ordinance 2024-01, amending the Forest Grove Comprehensive Map Plan to redesignate the Kyle Park property at 1503 B Street public. Will the city manager, it was moved by Councilor Ewing and seconded by Council President Gustafson. Will the city manager read it by title only?
Ordinance number 2024-01, amending the Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan map to redesignate the Kyle Park property at 1503 B Street public, file number 31123000030 PLNG.
Okay. Will the city recorder please call for a roll call vote for the first reading? Okay.
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez? Yes. And Mayor Wenzel.
Yes, ordinance number 2024-01 is the first reading is approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. The council will have the second reading of ordinance number 2024-01 at the January 22nd City Council meeting to be held in this chamber, at which time the council will make decision on order number 2024-01. Thank you. And then, okay. So you're free now?
That's the end.
That's the end of this one. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to move on to item F2, which is the Browns Farm development. And I will switch my piles of paper. Can I please have city staff come up? I will now open the public hearing on Brown Farm, a development proposal consisting of 4 applications. An application to approve a City of Forest Grove Development Code text amendment to Table 4-1 that would increase the currently allowed residential density maximum, specifically and only within the Area 2 Davidson Neighborhood Mixed Use Zone. A legislative action requiring an ordinance. An application for a mixed-use plan development approval, an application for a 3-lot land partition, an application for a 20% increase in the allowed height of the apartment complex structures proposed within the residential portion of the proposed mixed-use plan development. All persons will be given reasonable opportunity to give testimony around this proposal addressing the applicable decision criteria. If an issue is not raised during the local decision-making process, or if the issue is not explained in sufficient detail to allow for a response, that issue cannot be used for appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity, I better figure out how to say that word before the next hearing. Specificity, I can't say it. To allow the city council, applicant, or staff to respond precludes an action of damage in circuit court. Before we continue with the hearing, do any councilors need to disclose any ex parte contacts, bias, or conflicts of interest? If so, please indicate the nature of your ex parte contact, bias, or conflicts of interest, and indicate whether you intend to participate in an impartial manner or abstain from the hearing. Any counselors? So I'm going to share that in June, the middle of June, I received multiple emails about this development. I think there was like a neighborhood meeting that the developer did, and so I received emails for that. The other thing I want to disclose is that my in-laws are members of the Friends of Historic Forest Grove and have brought to my attention their wish to have the Brown House moved to the A.T. Smith, the A.T. Smith property. I do plan on being impartial, but I did want to disclose those 2 things. And so before we continue with the hearing, does anyone in the audience wish to challenge a city councilor's impartiality regarding this matter? No? Okay.
I'm just going to make one. So I'll just declare also that the person that currently farms the land is a person that I know from my church. So I think I can be impartial with regard to that.
Okay. Anyone else? I should go back to the challenge. Does anyone want to challenge? Okay. So tonight's hearing will go in the following order. First, we will hear the staff report. Then we will hear from the applicant. Next, opportunity for public testimony. First, anyone who supports the application. Then anyone who opposes the application. Finally, the applicant will have a chance to provide rebuttal. Will Senior Planner Kate McGuire will now provide the staff report.
Everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a unique situation that we're going to start tonight for the benefit of council and for citizenry Forest Grove Development Code Section 17.2.030 identifies that if more than one land use application is made on a singular site, those applications may be consolidated into a single application to be reviewed concurrently. One of the 4 applications submitted as part of this application package is a proposal to amend the text of the Forest Grove Development Code. Development Code Section 17.01.705 identifies that text amendments are a type 4 legislative decision. Legislative decisions are generally land use decisions that apply to the general population and prescribe policy. Type 4 decisions require the greatest amount of discretion and evaluation of subjective approval criteria and must be by the council and takes final action. Development Code Section 17.2.030 also provides that when more than one review is requested in an application package, and when the reviews have different review procedures for application type, the overall application is processed using the highest order procedure. So the other 3 applications submitted as part of the application package are type 2 and type 3 applications. These are lower order procedures that would normally only go before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission would then issue the final decisions on those type 2 and 3 applications. But because the application package included a type 4 legislative action, we're now here before council, who will consider the recommendations provided by staff, Planning Commission, as well as any written or verbal public testimony to render a final decision, all 4, not just the legislative that are part of the package. So basically, we can look at the application package almost as like a pyramid, where the top of the pyramid is type 4 text amendment. The others are beneath it, chain of command, order, text amendment, umbrella, essentially the hierarchy. So we'll go ahead and get into the review of the subject property and the proposals. I've done my best to try and delineate as far as explaining components of the different application proposals, but that because they are so intimately entwined with each other, there will be a little bit of overlap. At the end of my presentation, the applicant will provide a presentation that's going to also comprehensively describe their proposal. And mine is more particularly to address the development code and the standards there. So the subject property is zoned neighborhood mixed use, located at the intersection of Oregon Highway 47 and Sunset Drive, and it exists within and along the southwestern border of the city limits of Winston and UGB. Comprised of 2 tax lots existing on both sides of Sunset, combined it's approximately 24.91 size. So the blue outline, the light blue outline on the aerial image are the 2 tax lots. Tax lot 600 is a smaller, almost triangular piece. The tax lot 100 is the larger. The striped blue lines at the southeastern portion of the property and across 47, the side of 47, is mapped wetland. The subject property is receiving farm assessment, and historic aerial imagery indicates that farming and agricultural production has been the predominant property. Even though it's been farmed, its situation within city limits of UGB provides an indication that the soils at the site are likely not of high value farms. It's been within city limits incorporated more than a decade ago, but it's still being farmed. It appears to be primarily hay or alfalfa. Prior to this current neighborhood mixed use zoning designation, when it was first brought into the city, it was zoned industrial land. The change to neighborhood mixed use occurred in 2016 when that zone was presented, cited the comprehensive planning process. There are no natural features located on tax lot 600, the smaller of the 2 lots. Natural features located on tax lot 100 include a centrally located grove of Oregon white oak trees, and a singular Oregon white oak that's located in the southwestern corner of the property, which is on the city's register of historic trees. And then the aforementioned swath of wetland, the vegetative corridor, approximately 5 acres in size, that exists in that southeastern portion of the property. As proposed, and as you'll hear through mine and the applicant's presentation, those natural features are incorporated into the design and all will be preserved with proposed mixed-use. Tax lot 600 is currently vacant of structural development. Tax lot 100 is currently developed two single-family dwelling units. One is the Alvin Clark Brown House, constructed in 1863 and added to the State of Oregon Historic Preservation Office register inventory in 2013. Applicants, as the mayor identified, are working with Friends of Historic Forest Grove to relocate the dwelling. The other dwelling that was constructed in 1930 is not identified as an eligible contributing structure and is in no historic. Tax lot 100 is also developed with several accessory farm structures. All existing development is clustered in the southwestern corner of the property, and all will require removal to accommodate the current development proposal. So I'd like to take a moment to talk about the type 3 procedure that's been made a condition of approval to remove the structure, the Alvin Clark Brown House. Just to explain that process, it's not a conditional use permit. So section 17.5225 subsection A of the Development Code identifies that in considering a proposal for demolition or relocation of a landmark, the Historic Landmark Board shall have the authority to allow the demolition or relocation, or to allow partial demolition or relocation, or to delay approval of demolition or relocation. Subsection B of the same section goes on to state if the board acts to delay the approval of the proposal, the delay can be only a maximum of 180 days from the board's initial consideration. So essentially what this means is that the Historic Landmarks Board cannot outright deny an application to remove or destroy this or any other historic structure, as it would constitute as what is known as a regulatory. A regulatory taking infringes on the rights of the owner of a private property and causes undue financial burden. This in turn becomes a major legal issue. The Historic Landmarks Board can only delay removal of a structure from a property, be it relocation or total demolition. So it's not a conditional use application or permit type. The outcome is inevitable. There just may be some delay. It makes sense that the applicant would have assurance of an approval and ability to develop prior to going to length to actually relocate the structure. This is why it's made a condition of approval and not a requirement to be completed prior to current application. If this is inevitable, what is the point of the application procedure, you might ask? The purpose of the process is to exercise all options to save historic structure. And in the situation of a proposal for a request to demolish, to allow a person or an entity to provide the opportunity to provide space for relocation and to bear the burden of the cost of the relocation. That's like if somebody is just proposing to demolish a structure, there isn't a proposal to preserve or move it in any way. That allows somebody, a person or an entity, to come through and say, we want to take the structure. We want to bear the burden of moving that structure and relocating it. And then reconstructing or situating it such that it still meets the building upgrade. So to relocate a structure is not a simple or inexpensive endeavor, and to require a property owner to say you can't demolish, you have to move it somewhere else, would again be a type of taking. Cannot force or mandate them. But the purpose of the type 3 application is, in some events, to allow somebody to come forth to save the structure or provide space. So essentially, the applicant in theory could work through the type 3 application process and simply propose to demolish the structure and would be entitled by right to do so. However, in this instance, as the mayor identified, the applicant recognizes the historic significance of the structure as it relates to the community of Forest Grove, and is not proposing to simply demolish, but rather is actively working with the Friends of Historic Grove to relocate the structure at their own. So now we'll go ahead and get into an overview of the 4 applications under review within the application package. The first is the Development Code Text Amendment, which is type 4 legislative process that brings us this evening. This is a request for a higher density within the Area 2 Davidson Neighborhood Mixed Zone area only. I will again get into a little bit further explanation. There are 3 different neighborhood mixed use zones within the city. I go over that in further detail in the future. The second application is the preliminary plan for a mixed-use plan development. The MUPD relies on approval of the Development Code text amendment for increased density. The MUPD process is a requirement within the neighborhood mixed-use zone district. There is no alternative to achieving approval for development in that zone. The third application is a review of a tentative plat for 3-lot partition of tax lot 100. The partition plan is in the applicant's plan submittal. The 3-lot partition is to support the phasing plan of the development that's going to occur, both residential and commercial development on tax lot 100. And the final application is an administrative adjustment of 20%. The applicant is requesting a minor increase of 7 feet to allow the multifamily structures only, not the proposed quadplexes on tax lot 600, only the multifamily structures on tax lot 100 to be built up to 42 feet. So the mixed-use plan development is a type 3 application. The partition and the administrative adjustment are type 2 applications. So first we'll dig into the Development Code text amendment review criteria. Pretty limited. The text amendment is consistent with relevant goals and policies of the Forest Grove Comprehensive Plan, and the text amendment is consistent with relevant statewide and regional planning goals, programs, and rules. I've addressed this in my staff report findings. The applicant has provided information at length regarding this, which is also part of the application package. And going back to that idea of a pyramid and the order of review, just as the legislative land use action is of a higher order review within the criteria in this section, the statewide and regional planning goals and requirements are the higher order. They supersede the local development code. So when those changes are occurring there, we do our best to keep up with changes. And there have been a lot of changes due to the housing crisis in Oregon. That presents, a case for increased development as well. I'll get further into those changes and those requirements when we get into the analysis portion of the mixed-use plan development. It makes sense to discuss them in that context. So the current proposal, as I mentioned before, is a request to increase the maximum density specifically and only within the Area 2 Davidson region. So there are 3 neighborhood mixed-use zone areas within the city. The first area is Area 1 David Hill. This property is in a location that is unlikely to be developed anytime soon for a number of reasons. It's located in the northwestern quadrant of the city, and there's intervening undeveloped property that currently impedes the ability to provide facilities like power, water, and sewer that are necessary to serve any development, residential or commercial, at that property. Further, even when there is no longer any barrier to gaining access to those facilities at the site, it will be a challenge to develop simply because it's encumbered by significantly steep slopes. The second area is Area 2 Davidson, the area that we're discussing tonight, the proposed text amendment to increase density. And then the last on the list is the Area 3 East David Hill Road. This was the property recently approved by the state, currently under construction. And unlike the subject property, the David Hill Road Area 1, or excuse me, East David Hill Road Area 3 was split zoned, and commercial development wasn't a requirement. So it wasn't all neighborhood mixed use, an additional zone district that allowed primarily and only residential. So they were allowed to take advantage of just developing under that other residential, not like this property is, to have a mix of so all 3 sites are coincidentally assigned the same minimum, target, and maximum densities. You can see in the table. The proposal seeks to increase the maximum density only at the subject site. The site is just under 25 acres. Due to the loss of approximately 5 acres of buildable area because of the wetland and vegetative corridor, a density transfer is allowed to accommodate that displaced development. It's those 69 units that would be able to be constructed in that 5-acre area can be transferred and dispersed to other locations within the mixed-use plan development. So to preserve at minimum the target density at any given site, the density transfer is allowed outright by 2 sections in the development code. Section 17.4.315C, which are the mixed-use plan development code standards, that identifies the density transfer allowance, and section 17.5.035.3A, which is regarding development that includes resource areas. In this case, the wetland, and both sections of the code that allow the density are applicable. So by right, the current maximum density of 13.8 units per net acre would allow for a total of 105 sites. The proposed density increase to 15.5 units per net acre would allow 360 units. This is only an increase of 17 units, what is outright allowed by right, as it currently has maximum density at 15. There are multiple other zones within city limits that allow very high densities per net acre. For example, the residential multi-unit high allows 20.8 units per net acre, community commercial allows 30 units per net acre, town center commercial 40, and town center transition 40. So this table up here just shows those numbers and only shows, again, the NMU area use and modified of the 3 neighborhood mixed text amendments. As well, it should be noted that changes at the state level have restricted local jurisdiction's ability to regulate density in any zoning district that allows residential due to House 2001 or middle housing to be able to increase the number of available residents. So now we'll move to the mixed-use plan development review criteria. There are 4 review criteria. First being that it fulfills the purpose for the MUPD stated in the purpose statement. Rattle through these first, and then I'm going to dig into the purpose statement a little bit more. So the plan meets the submittal requirements of 17.4.320B. So those are general statement and summary report, drawings of existing site conditions, site plan, building elevations drawings, and design guidebook, all of the items for application. That it can provide adequate public services. They exist or can be provided. They provided service provider letters to the record. And then where a tentative subdivision plat is requested, the requirements of Article 8 are met. There's no subdivision plat that's part of the proposal. There's a land division, which is different, but it's not a subdivision plat. It should be noted, however, that the proposal is required to comply and meet general development standards, Article 8. So we'll go back to the purpose statement now. So the purpose of the mixed-use plan development is to ensure that site zone neighborhood mixed use are developed into pedestrian-friendly mixed-use neighborhoods. In order to accomplish that, the mixed-use plan developments shall provide diversity in the mix of housing types, including single-family houses, apartments, row houses, cottages, senior housing, and residential units above commercial or office space. Shall provide pedestrian orientation, the arrangement and placement of buildings, parking, circulation systems. Shall provide neighborhood scale retail sales and service, office, civic, recreational uses, conveniently located for neighborhood access, thereby contributing to the livability of the area by reducing the amount of vehicle miles traveled to reach goods and services. Shall provide coordinated architectural styles, landscaping, building forms, and building relationships which would establish a cohesive sense of place. Shall provide an urban form that emphasizes the efficient use of land and compact urban form. Shall provide the applicant with reasonable assurance of ultimate approval before requiring detailed design and engineering, while providing the city assurances that the project will retain the character envisioned at the time of approval, and shall provide a basis for a discretionary review of an overall plan for development that can subsequently be developed over time administration without having to go through any additional review or hearing process. So it's important to note that, as it says, the applicant is provided through this process with reasonable assurance We're requiring detailed design and engineering plans. The applicant has provided very detailed design and engineering plans amongst their plans submitted. But again, it is a preliminary proposal they'll adhere to primarily, but they're like not to the density, not to anything that wouldn't be outside of the code, not to anything that, you know, it just could be specifically inapplicable to in this situation. We don't know the commercial uses that will be going in. They will only be uses that are allowed within the neighborhood mixed use zone district as allowed by the use table, and those will be reviewed at the time. But there's no fixed way that the applicant can provide information at this point. Without an approval, they wouldn't have engaged tenant commercial. So they can't tell us exactly what the commercial space will be, but at the time of submittal for permit, staff will review and confirm that the uses that are proposed are allowed within the neighborhood. So I want to pause for a minute to discuss recent legislative changes at the state level, change local jurisdictional ability to enforce certain sections of local code. Oregon Revised Statute 197307, subsection 4, requires that local governments adopt and apply clear and objective standards, conditions, and procedures regulating the development of needed housing. This is to ensure that communities do not use discretionary or subjective criteria to deny projects. What does clear and objective mean? So simply, clear and objective means that there is a clearly identified target. There's no guesswork and no room for discretion in the decision-making process. Terms and phrases like including but not limited to or such as are not clear and objective. So one example would be if you asked somebody to go to the grocery store for you, you provided them a list of items to buy on the left-hand side. Those are not clear and objective. Vegetables, fruit, meat, and milk are too broad. Clear and objective would be broccoli, spinach, or specific listings of vegetable type, oranges, apples, grapes, chicken or beef for meat type, regular oat or almond for milk. So really drilling down to what something is. Another example would be if you instructed your child to simply go get ready for bed. That would not be clear and objective. Be clear and objective, you would state something like, please go get ready for bed. You need to brush your teeth, wash your face, put your PJs on, and be in bed by 8:05 p.m. So even another level. So that's clear and objective. So then moving on to needed housing. What is needed housing? Oregon Revised Statute 197303 defines needed housing as all housing on land zoned for residential use or mixed residential and commercial use that is determined to meet the need shown for housing within an urban growth boundary at price ranges, rent levels for affordable housing in cities and counties, the variety of income. So where the original definition was more explicit to low and middle income housing, due to the housing crisis within the state, it's now been included, been expanded to include any and all residential development. So then now we'll go ahead and go back to the mixed use plan development proposal. We're going to review the development standards, and I'll discuss the challenges regarding the requirement for them to be clear and objective, of which several of them are not. And this is due to this process being implemented into the code in 2016, long before any housing crisis, long before these requirements coming from the state. And it was a zone that was intended, a zone and a process intended to apply flexibility in development, allow flexibility. So this is the current proposal as a 24-unit quadplex development. It's going to be located on the smaller of the two properties, and a 362-unit multifamily complex on the larger, as well as 4 acres of commercial space. The larger one will be partitioned parcel to support the phasing plan. So the base zone standards, the development standards of the base zone shall apply unless they are superseded by the standards of this section or an MUPD approval. So this requirement almost conflicts itself in a sense because there is no alternative to an MUPD approval. And the base zone standards, the NMU's district relies on the MUPD process to establish what those base zone standards are. So that eliminates clear objectivity from the process. So that's one of the things that complicates the MUPD process in the world we live in today. Not in 2016 when it was implemented, but legislative mandates and requirements from the state are changing quickly. It's a moving target that's hard for local jurisdictions to keep up with those changes. Not the city of Forest Grove. This is a complication all over the state of Oregon, where local development codes and staff who are working these processes to amend codes and to work through the process of code amendment. By the time you get one change implemented, something else has been added or changed. So, it's been an extremely quick-moving process. Hard for local jurisdictions to update their codes to keep in conformance with what the state requires, specific to housing. So, for example, site size. There's no minimum or maximum site size limitations for an MUPD. There's no requirement to be a number of acres or number of square feet. So lot sizes, residential density, target minimum and maximum residential density for each of the NMU zones is shown in table 4.1. Dwelling units may be transferred between parcels as part of an approved MUPD, provided that average density within the MUPD meets standards in table 4.1. Lot sizes, there are no required minimum lot sizes. So essentially when we're looking at the proposed land division, the thing I'm looking at is that can it comply with the general development standards of Article 8. Housing types allowed, all housing types are permitted. For MUPDs over 3 gross acres in size, a mix of housing types is required unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission. Multi-unit buildings shall be subject to multi-unit residential focused area standards unless standards are modified to MUPD. The applicant's proposing multifamily units as well as quadplexes, and their proposal is in alignment with the multi-unit residential focused area. And there's been no proposal to modify them through this process. There's a village center, commercial uses, institutional uses, other than emergency services, basic utilities, major utilities, transmission facilities, daycare, and home occupations shall be located within the village center. Village center shall provide services at a neighborhood scale. We'll move on to portion. Village center shall provide services at a neighborhood scale within a compact, pedestrian-friendly environment. The design and development standards and design guidelines applicable to the town center transition zone shall be used as a basis for development within the village center unless modified through an approved MUPD. So that provides a clear and objective standard because there are standards that are listed regarding the design guidelines. Choose track 1. Design guidelines have track 1, which is clear objective standards, or track 2 option. So it's not clear and objective. But there is an opportunity for the applicant to follow track 1, clear and objective standards as applicable to this under the town center transition zone guidelines. Future proposed commercial uses will be limited to those that are allowed in the neighborhood mixed-use zone as provided by development control. Only one village center is permitted within each of the neighborhood mixed-use zone areas. The applicant is only proposing one village center. The minimum and maximum floor area of commercial and institutional uses permitted within the village center is shown in table 4-2. Maximum gross floor area is 130,000 square feet. Minimum gross floor area is 25,000. Maximum is 130,000. Footnote number 1 identifies that the maximum building footprint is 50,000 square feet. So what this means is that when the maximum square footage proposed would be above 50,000, a second story would be required to accommodate that square footage over the limitation on the building footprint. Plan sheet C200 identifies 4 commercial structures ranging from 5,225 square feet to 11,000 square feet. So the total area of the building footprint between the 4 buildings is currently 33,175 feet, which exceeds the minimum requirement. So again, there could be some slight modification when it comes time to submittal of construction plan. A building that's shown right now to be 5,225 square feet might come in with a building plan of 5,500 square feet. That's something that is part of the potential changes that occur when I say that this is a approval of a kind of a tentative. Institutional uses shall not exceed 10% of the maximum allowed square footage within the village center, and then this can be verified at the time of building plan submittal and when new uses go in. So the height limits of the base zone apply within the neighborhood mixed-use zone. There are two different heights that are identified as allowed. The commercial portion, or the village center, allows structures to be constructed up to 45 feet. Structures that are residential structures that are not situated within the village center are limited to 35 feet. And so we'll talk about this a little bit more with the requested adjustment of 20% to allow those structures to go up to 42 feet in height, residential multi-family structures that are not in the village center. Building setbacks, this is another that's not clear and objective. They're established as part of this preliminary development plan approval. However, in this instance, proposed setbacks are reasonable and proportionate to proposed development. Multifamily setback and the quadplex setback, there would be no setbacks required. Open space. The MUPD shall include a minimum of 20% usable common open space, landscape areas, and our protected natural areas. The proposal meets the requirement. Pedestrian orientation and circulation. Mixed-use plan development shall include a transportation system that emphasizes pedestrian mobility and accessibility and demonstrates an effective and convenient system of pedestrian facilities that provide connectivity throughout the MUPD and to adjacent properties. Transportation system shall identify existing and proposed pedestrian connections and combination of sidewalks. So this is the applicant circulation plan. It's difficult to see, however, all of the bold lines are walkways. Those are the kind of interior sideway walkways, and then there are also additional pathways through. And I know that the applicant, it wasn't part of the submittal, but from the last presentation, I know that there's a bit detailed graphic, the internal pathway. I also understand that this specifically is one of the main issues of concern. And so with the pedestrian plan, the circulation paths that are located within the development, and then I, during review, recommended that a crosswalk be installed on Sunset to provide better connectivity between sites. The applicant is working with the Director of Public Works. Did come up at the last planning commission session regarding placement of the crosswalk. Regarding whether saying that one should be placed and that the applicant should work with the city was clear and objective enough. I believe the outcome of that was that the applicant just agrees at this point to work with Public Works, their traffic engineer will define. I know that they have an idea of what they believe the best location to be is, and that they're going to address that with you. But there's my suggestion to provide connectivity between the two to make it meet the intent that was agreed to and accepted by the. So there will be a crosswalk situation. As far as parking goes, the base zone parking requirements apply except that shared parking is encouraged within the MUPD. I'm going to skip over reading this because it's inconsequential at this point. This is another situation where state law has superseded our ability to any sort of parking requirement. for residential use. Oregon Administrative Rule 660-12-0430, subsection 2 is a reduction of parking mandates for development types. Cities and counties may not require more than one parking space per unit. Residential developments with more than one dwelling unit on a single legally established property. So they're only required to provide one parking space per unit, not depending on the number of bedrooms, it is per unit, and that is directly handed down from the state. Nothing that we can do to go around that. That being said, kind of moot because although not required, the proposal does meet the standards of the development code regarding parking as are required in Article 8. So what the applicant is providing is in excess of singular parking and meets the requirements of what is in the code, even though they're only required to provide one per use. Water features such as streams and ponds will be left in a natural state. The applicant has provided their mitigation plan that's been reviewed and approved by Clean Water Services regarding wetland area and the associated vegetative corridor. Facilities and services, the applicant is going to be providing all of those necessary facilities and connections. And again, all service provider letters will be provided to the director stating that service connection is provided to the property. Underground utilities, all service facilities must be placed underground except that those by their nature must be on or above ground, such as fire hydrants. So this is a standard that will be required. So we'll move on to the administrative adjustment criteria of the proposal. It's for a 20% adjustment to the height. The adjustment criteria in the code, there are two options. There's a 10% adjustment that can be done at the staff level, not discretionary. 20% is why we're here. So these are the review criteria as far as granting the adjustment will be consistent with the purpose of the affected zoning district or meet or exceed the purpose of the standard to be modified. If in a residential zone, the adjustment will not significantly detract from the livability or appearance of the residential area. If in a commercial area or industrial zone, only applicable to the multifamily development code. There's not more than one adjustment requested, and any impacts resulting from the adjustment are mitigated to the extent practical. So this current request for adjustment is to increase these structures, the multifamily structures that are proposed outside of the village center. Those are currently restricted to 35 feet in height, where I said before the structures that are located within the village center, be they commercial only or commercial and residential, are allowed to be constructed up to 5 feet in height. The request is for a 20% adjustment that would allow those multifamily buildings to be 42 feet in height. And the height adjustment would assist the proposal in meeting one of the primary intents of the NMU zone and MUPD process to become more compact. The proposal is similar, but slightly less than the residential height allowances in community, commercial, and residential high zones, which allow for multifamily housing construction. So the character of the surrounding area as a whole is residential. However, the southern boundary is the only boundary that directly abuts any residential zone property. The rest of the land area is fully surrounded by public right-of-way. So the graphic is showing, we're all familiar with the surrounding right-of-way of Sunset and Highway 47 on two sides. And then essentially only building number 18 is adjacent to property that's not right-of-way. So that's the building circled in red down to the left and then identified blown up. I wanted to kind of blow up the plan so you can see its proximity to the property boundary. It's proposed to be located approximately 15 feet, maybe a little bit more, but 15 feet from the proposed setback, 15 feet. from that common boundary to the south. The existing Cook Village residential development to the southeast, which see, but it's tax lot over here. It's kind of it's this development that's kind of just to the south of the swath of the wetland. So that's Cook Village. It's a residential development, and it again is buffered from Building 18 by the wetland and associated vegetative corridor. As well, those wetlands extend southwesterly of Building 18 onto and across the property southerly of Building 18, which is also owned by the Cook Village HOA. And when I reviewed the Cook Village subdivision approval, it identifies that the land area known as Tract A, that land area tax lot 1000, is preserved as a natural resource area, and therefore no development is likely to occur on that. As well, it's landlocked, no practical or physical access available to make it eligible for development, as is tax lot 2900 west. No impacts due to the 7-foot height increase are anticipated. However, as addressed above, mitigation is accomplished by way of existing wetland natural area, which provides ample buffering of the singular building, Building 18, proposed in any proximity. Similar example of height when constructed here in town is the Reserve at Fernhill, the multifamily development on Poplar Street behind Starbucks. So we're getting to the end. Some special considerations as part of this review is, like already kind of laid out, the housing crisis identified within the state of Oregon, constant legislative changes that make local codes obsolete faster than they're able to be reworked to keep in compliance, evolution of the term needed housing, now defined as all housing. The direct effect of that evolution is relaxing of local code requirements as relates to housing development. Only clear and objective standards may be applied. Means no discretion is allowed. Climate-friendly and equitable communities, rules, repeal local parking regulations, specific residential development. The city can require only one space, but there's no limit to the number of that that can be provided by the applicant. So we can only require one, but we don't limit how many they can provide. Approval of the increased density and development at this site helps to meet housing production requirements. Governor Kotek, first day in office, mandated that 36,000 new dwellings a year be constructed statewide. Will also help demonstrate the city of Forest Grove's compliance with Metro 50/50 single-family, multifamily housing mix requirements at the time of next 47. Proposal attributes are increased density proposed for residential development, helps the city to meet the Metro housing requirements in the governor's 10-year housing production strategy, avoids future external government mandate, which may be imposed to meet need in coming years. So what I mean when I say that is, you may or may not be familiar with the governor's ability to essentially supersite industrial zone areas, CHIPS Act, where there's no land use process that she has to go through to decide on the location of where that site is and where that essentially high value farmland will be pulled out of production and mandated for industrial use. So worst case scenario, if there isn't a moving solution towards fixing the housing crisis, there could be potential for an action like that in the future regarding residential. More parking is provided than required by state law and meets what the current development code standards are proposed. Addition of commercial development to provide needed services in a heavily and quickly developing residential area. As you're aware, David Hill Road loading residential development. There are essentially no services available to residents. And that's not just the residents that would be within the multifamily complex. So these commercial services would serve those folks as well as folks in the existing neighborhoods to southwest, east, and to newly developed neighborhoods off David Hill Road. The proximity to existing services and businesses in the town center core, as well as easy access to Highway 26 commuters. The potential preservation of the historically significant structure and preservation of the White Oak Grove and protected tree southwest corner. So there were several concerns expressed by the public, both at the Planning Commission session on December 18th, as well as the correspondence received prior to that meeting and since that meeting. Pedestrian safety, specifically across the two sites, has been a primary concern. Increased traffic is a primary concern. Parking concerns. The number of ADA compliant units that are provided, what will happen to the historic home, and impact to surrounding habitat. So some of these concerns are addressed through the proposal and through the staff report presentation. And more, I believe the applicant is prepared to address traffic questions that will alleviate some concerns as well. So again, the proposal was first presented to the Planning Commission on December 18th, 2023. After receiving both staff and the applicant presentations, as well as receiving public testimony from 7 community members, the presiding commissioners unanimously voted to forward staff's recommendation of approval on all 4 applications onto council. And so for the reasons provided in my presentation, staff report, I recommend approval of text amendment, approval of the mixed-use plan development, approval of subordinate 3-lot partition to serve that facing, and approval of the 20% to allow the multifamily structure only to be increased up to 52. That is the end of my presentation. I will accept any questions that you have. However, I believe that probably going to be best to hear the applicant's proposal, see some of the questions answered through their proposal, and then we can certainly circle back. But again, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions of staff? Councilor Rippey.
Thank you, Kate, for the very thorough presentation. The only question I have, and it's for you because it's not a part of their development, but that extension of Old Highway 47 that runs on the west side of Lot 600. To my knowledge, that's not really a developed street, but does it go all the way through to Beale? Does it connect to Beale? And can it be used can it actually be used by vehicular traffic to get to Beale Street?
It cannot. So it's currently developed with a water quality facility. It was, something we kind of had to sort out as far as who had that. It was never vacated. If it had been vacated, it would have been split in half, and each side would have gone to those adjacent property owners. It and that small portion of Beale that's just north of the property where there's the division, that little segment of Beale creates the division between the subject property and the small property that has the Welcome to Forest Grove sign. It's also, technically, it's right of way. It's not a developed physical street, but it is right of way. But as far as specifically the abandoned portion of Sunset, it is physically developed with a water quality facility. There's no way to put vehicular traffic back onto that street. There's a pedestrian walkway that already goes through there, and that won't be changed by this development. It's on the opposite side of the west side of the water quality facility, not adjacent to the applicant's property. Another thing I guess would probably be worth mentioning with regard to that, there was some discussion at the last meeting regarding what would happen as far as buffering for those neighbors that are located to the west of the water quality facility. The applicant has proposed, initially they proposed a hedge. The applicant isn't required to provide any buffering between those two residential uses. They're alike uses. The code does not require it, so the hedge was an offer. Any sort of additional plantings or additions that the applicant would propose or work out with the engineering division to plant any new trees in the water quality facility. That's outside of the scope of what I could apply the requirement from the development code. That's all the applicant just providing additional measures.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. On page 432 of the staff report that went to Planning Commission, section 6 says proposed conditions of approval, and there was 25 proposed like conditions. Did all of those, or all of the, like, did the Planning Commission include those in this motion or in this?
Yes, so the only condition that was subject to of discussion really was condition number 4, which you'll see is stricken. That condition was derived from communication with ODOT. So ODOT was noticed on the application, both during the first round and then the second round when the proposal was modified to be more in alignment with the MUPD intent when the applicant incorporated the 2 different dwelling types by adding the quadplex. So ODOT was noticed both times, and ODOT returned comment requiring the applicant to make improvements to the Council Creek Trail and requesting that the applicant make a connection to that trail. Further questioning of ODOT, it was realized just prior to that Planning Commission date that ODOT had erred in looking at the location. The planner for ODOT, Mara Danielson, I think she thought she was looking at Oak Street. So the property over on the corner of Oak Street, southeast on 47, is similar looking. I mean, unfortunately, we send map and tax lots, full legal descriptions, address of the property, but, it was discovered that that condition was requested in error, not applicable. The Council Creek Trail does not abut the applicant's property. So to impose a condition requiring them to upgrade the trail that's not even adjacent to their properties, why that was stricken.
So to follow up with that question, and then I have one more, and then I'll go to Councilor Ewing. So item 3, so when in one of your slides, it was like clear, specific objectives, right? Like instead of get fruits and vegetables. So item 3 says the applicant shall work with the City of Forest Grove Public Works Department to determine a safe location to install a safe pedestrian crossing to be constructed in conformance with any or all standards. Can the council amend that to say 2 safe crossings and ODOT? Because there's another recommendation on page 417 to work with ODOT for the crosswalk at Sunset and 47. So what I've seen in the packet is that there should be a crosswalk connecting the 2 developments, a crosswalk at Sunset and Bonnie, and then fixing that crosswalk at Sunset. So like, can we specifically, I mean, that's what I got from reading the packet. Is that correct?
That you can require it, or
Well, that was like the recommendation, and there was I went back through this packet 3 times, and it's kind of like, oh, well, this is where it might be. They're going to work with us. And so I'm just wondering, can we amend this and clearly state that we want the developers, like we want pedestrian crossings to be improved or added at these 3 locations?
David, I am going to defer to you because this is something that we did discuss, whether, clear and objective standards can be applied because this is part of a housing development proposal, but also this is kind of a life safety issue. So I would like to defer to.
Okay, so then we'll defer to him. So David, I hope you heard that question. I see you online. And then my last, just to make sure, there's a lot of stuff in this packet, so I'm just really trying to make sure. So building 18 wants 20% higher, right? So that would be 42 feet. But there's a is there a residential property that's not part of this development behind it? But are you saying that it's not buildable? So
Correct. So all of the multifamily structures that are proposed, not just building 18, are proposed for that 20% increase. But because of the way that the property is laid out, being surrounded by right-of-way on 2 of the 3 sides, that southern property boundary is the only boundary that might have a potential effect on a surrounding property. All the other sides are buffered by a right-of-way. So this analysis and looking at this was specific to what's going on south of Building 18, because north is part of the development. So south of Building 18, there's that wetland swath that goes across. It's kind of hard to see in this plan, but basically on the west of tax lot 3,000, essentially that dividing line of where it says tax lot 2,900 and tax lot 3,000, there's a little line right here, and that's the continued delineation of the wetland area. So this whole section here, whole width, all wetland area. And further, this tax lot 3,000 is owned by Cook Village Development. And when their development was approved, tax lot 3,000 was reserved as a open space parcel. So not to be sold and developed. And it's also landlocked. I mean, you could, potentially there could be access made at the end of this street here, but again, it's in a natural area. And
so there's currently no house. Like this apartment
No.
complex is not going to come into somebody's.
no, there's
like, private.
there's no development on tax lot 3,000.
Okay.
And there's no development on tax lot 2,900. And it is also landlocked. It does not have a mechanism, physical or legal access.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Councillor Ewing.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Several of those questions were on my plate as well. I had some confusion with the wetlands. So is the duck pond part of that wetland?
So this has been something that's been confusing to me as I have looked at some of those comments received. The duck pond is not adjacent to the property. So the duck pond is north, so of the smaller triangular piece.
It's up over on the other side.
It's on the other side, and I don't know, Councilor Ewing, if you can see my laser pointing on
She
screen.
can't see your laser pointer.
But
No, I can't.
Like,
Sorry.
essentially,
Sorry,
if you look at the smaller of the two properties that have the proposed quadplexes, on the west side of the quadplex development is that vacated, well, not vacated, but that developed with a water quality facility abandoned portion of Sunset. And then to the north of that, it tees into that segment of Beale that is also abandoned. And to the north of that segment of Beale is that triangular piece that has the Welcome to Forest Grove sign on it. And then west of that, so kitty corner from the development, not adjacent to, is the only pond in vicinity. So it's not really adjacent to the development.
Okay, because I wasn't picking up. I was a bit confused on what they were determining as a duck pond. And because of where it's located, is it considered a wetland?
The duck pond?
Yeah, I'm just not really placing.
It wasn't really reviewed as part of the proposal because it's not in
Not
vicinity
part of it.
adjacent to.
That was kind of where I was trying to go with my thinking. Regarding the proposed approval 24, it got down to the one approval, and that condition isn't even part of this property. Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
I'm sorry, can you clarify your question?
Okay. So the 24 contingencies or proposed conditions for approval from the Planning Commission. When you went through those, you got down to just one. Am I correct? That actually applied to this property?
Can I answer? I think they only took one off. They
Okay,
all of
okay.
those are going to be on except number
All
4
of those
because the
are-
property was. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. I don't wanna
Okay,
speak
that,
for-
that helped. That helps me. The last kind of question I have is regarding the height limitation. I know that from your comment to the mayor that there isn't any residential, so they won't be getting a shadowing effect from the raised height. Is that going to be correct or not?
Yes, that's
There won't be any other properties that are going to have that shadow effect that are livable properties, correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now. For staff, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Ewing. Councilor Rippey.
Thank you again. One of the other couple of other questions with regard to the geotechnical report, it talks about stripping, and I think the term was grubbing, down to several feet to remove the root base. And with that Oregon white oak grove there, I know that the technical or the standard is the drip radius from the tree is, but without having an arborist verify it, I don't know whether the root base of an Oregon white oak extends beyond that drip radius from the tree. It could. And so is there a way we can require the developer to consult an arborist to determine whether or not the root base for those white oaks is within the drip radius, or is it extend? Because if they go down 4 or 5 feet to scrub and grub those root bases, they could in fact do more damage to those oak trees. Granted, they're trying to do the preservation, but they're doing the grubbing, they could in fact actually do more damage than. Can we require them to consult an arborist?
So an arborist did prepare their tree and so as far as ensuring that there is no damage to the roots aside from the current standard fencing off side of that. Again, I might refer to David. Not certain. There's nothing in the code that requires that process that they submitted their inventory inspection. If in the course of development there's a complaint that it could be reported to the city. The city does them with and would then go out.
I understand that, but as far as clear and objective standards go, the city code can't possibly list every species of tree and the radius for each species of tree to be clear and consistent,
Right,
objective.
But it would be a situation where the code would have to state develop tree protection involved that wouldn't be specific to tree. That state.
Right, I understand. Thank you. The other issue I had, or question I actually had, was with regard to the connection to the ODOT's request that there be a connection between the development and that Council Creek Trail strip that's along Highway 47. If I remember correctly, the area which they're proposing between Building 2 and 4, that area is approximately 4 feet above the level of where the trail is. So there's an immediate are they going to be required to ensure that that's ADA compliant, that the the grade down to that trail be ADA compliant, so, okay.
So that would be reviewed something.
And I have some suggestions around that too, but I don't know if that's the appropriate time to make that, because I think it should be a ramp that parallels 47 as opposed to directly down to it. It'd be an easier grade for anybody trying to navigate up and down that rather than straight down into 47. All right, thank you.
Any further questions for staff? Council President Gustafson.
I just want to make sure I'm looking at this map correctly. The only inlet and outlet for this development area is Sunset. That's a lot of cars on one road. Has a survey been done to accommodate that? Just because, I mean, that's on one side of the bigger of the two developments. What about an outlet further southeast of that development? So we don't have so many cars on Little Sunset Drive getting to 47.
So, a couple of things. There was a traffic their traffic engineer is here this regarding us. We can't require, essentially, especially too, not only because it's ODOT. I don't know if ODOT, I think the applicant consulted with ODOT prior to regarding any sort of potential. But because of the location, proximity to the four-way intersection, I would assume this regarding ODOT. Again, I would refer to what they tried to work out with ODOT. As proposed, there isn't any proposed area. To Sunset. Again, I understand this is a big question for the community. And so that's why when a registered engineer puts their hand, they're testifying for what they're presenting. So the details that you're going to get into their traffic arrive.
Okay, and one more question, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, and it's kind of a vague question, but again, this is a lot, and you gave a lot of detail in the report. I really appreciate this, but the amount of structures, the amount of family spaces on here is huge for Forest Grove, you know, and since I've been on council, I have learned a lot about red tape and bureaucracy. And I feel that because of the rules that the state has implemented, we're kind of hand-tied. Can you tell me what the council has control to change on this, to massage, to make better for the community? I know there's a lot that we can't do, and you've called that out. What can we do? What do we have control on in this situation?
So, trying to be better as far as being able to tell you exactly what you can there. David.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to take that.
Sure.
Hi, everybody. This is just for the record, David Duthman from Beery Elsner, City Attorney's Office. So, broadly speaking, I guess part of that question I'd respond with maybe, and it's not just rhetorical. I mean, there is, what's important for the community is going to be sort of in the eye of the beholder for some people, right? So I think it may be something that as the hearing goes on, so I think it's also something I would encourage to hear from the applicant on some of these issues. We haven't heard from the applicant yet, but maybe identifying what some of the things, Counselor, that you think you'd like to see or that are not here that you think would be something that would be better in your mind for the community, and then we can evaluate whether that's possible. As ever, even before the clear and objective issue became sort of the forefront of residential development in Oregon, at least for right now, you're left with what the code says, right? So that's sort of the statement, for better or worse, of, at least for right now, what the city's vision is for what's best for the community. So ultimately, we're always looking back to what's the code say, what's the criteria. The challenge these days, as staff has pointed out, and I think it's really important. Misery loves company, I guess I'll say. This is not unique to Forest Grove. This is something that's happening throughout the state, and the clear and objective overlay, which has been around for a long time, but it's much broader now. It used to apply to, let's say, a smaller group of residential structures, smaller group of applications. Now it applies to everything that involves housing. So that really makes it even, doubly or triply difficult when it comes to saying, hey, we see this issue, and it could be completely, reasonable, something that you look at and say, we should probably address this somehow. My response is always going to be, where's the code section? Let's look at that, make sure we have something in the code. But then on top of that is that code provision clear and objective. So going forward, I guess I would say maybe as you hear from the applicant too, if there are things that you see that are lacking or that you would like to see, maybe we can talk about those specifically. Because I don't know necessarily what you would see as being something that would be good for the community or lacking, and we'd want to see versus what I might think would be there. I wanted to also just get back. I think the mayor asked the question about the location for the crosswalk. And so the first thing I would say on that, is I think that the question was, can we specify a specific location? And Kate, you'll have to tell me if I'm wrong here, but I was under the impression that the city engineer or the city public works director, I'm not sure who, wanted some flexibility on that. The condition, as staff wrote it, as we wrote it, was more to sort of further their desire to have some flexibility once they had a better sense of the application, and the final approval. Is that is my take correct? I just can't. I thought so, but I'm not sure.
None of us are traffic. So as far as deciding with that curve on the here, the safety.
I want to clarify my question. It wasn't, I just gave examples of location. I mean, because I'm not an engineer, and I just said these, from my perspective, would be places I'd put them. My question was, in the proposed conditions of approval, it right now, item 3 just states, install a safe pedestrian crossing. So my question was, can we increase the amount of pedestrian crossings to 2? And I don't see in this separately, in a different section of the application, it asks for improvements to be made at 47 and Sunset. But when I look through the proposed conditions, that's not in there. So, kind of going with Council President Gustafson said is, okay, so we have whatever, but our job is to make a long-term, safe, pedestrian-friendly, bike-friendly community. We're giving rebates, we are walkable, all these things. And so we have to do, like, this is our job, is like, how is it safe? So when we're saying like, be specific, I'm concerned if the conditional approval just says a pedestrian, install a safe pedestrian crossing. To me, that's pretty specific to one. And I don't think that's enough. And so that's my question is that something we have control over where we can say 2 blinking light pedestrian crossings and work with ODOT to improve 47 and Sunset?
Depending on whether there's a code criteria that's clear and objective that would allow you to put that condition in. And I don't know your code well enough to say yes or no, but that's what it would depend on. Is there a code provision that would say, 2 crosswalks versus 1, however that code provision would be written? And then moreover, is that code provision clear and objective?
There's no way that
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for staff? Okay, let's move. So we are now,
Oh, just one more question. That has to do with the 180-day clock. When does that clock start for the historic home to consider getting that moved?
So essentially, that's further down in the application process. So the applicant has the application goes through the historic landmark. If the historic landmark doesn't right, just approve it and decides to delay it, which would really only be applicable in an instance. But in this situation where the applicant is going to propose, I don't see why that.
Okay. All right. It hasn't kicked in yet.
okay, looking at the time, it's past 9:39. So a team agreement, we have to have a motion to continue I need to have a motion from someone to continue the meeting.
I move that we continue the meeting.
Okay, it's moved by Councilor Martinez to continue the meeting. Councilor Rippey seconds. Let's do a vote so we can hear. Roll call vote on it, please. Right.
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
And Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. Okay. Sorry for the pause, but we have to. So we're going to continue with the meeting. It was passed in a 6-0 vote. So at this point, I would now invite the applicant team to present their proposal.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you very well. No, not really.
Anyone hear me?
I can hear you, but sometimes the Zoom is difficult. Nope, wrong one.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear now?
So
Councilor?
much better. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll wait till we get set up here for a minute.
Thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Mariah. All right, as I said, my name is Mercedes Sarah. I'm a senior planner with 3J Consulting, representing the applicant tonight. Our address is 9600 Southwest Nimbus Avenue, Suite 100, Beaverton, Oregon, 97008. We'd like to thank you for your time tonight, and we'd like to thank staff for their staff report. JT Smith Companies is proposing an MUPD, text amendment, partition, and an adjustment proposal. The proposal for the site has been developed after refinement and input from the city, conversations with neighbors, and the property owners. Oh, I have power, don't I? Located at the intersection of Highway 47 and Sunset Drive, the project is 1 mile from Pacific University, Forest Grove High School, Harvey Clark Elementary School, Hazel Sills Park, Lincoln Park, and Forest Grove Town Center. The city's housing needs analysis identifies a need for market rate owner and rental units, off-campus student housing, workforce housing, and specifically identifies the need for rental units in employment areas. Further, the governor has set an annual housing production rate for the state of 36,000 homes per year for the next 10 years. With rising home prices and mortgage rates, households making 80% of the median family income cannot currently afford the least expensive single-family home for sale in Forest Grove today, priced around $430,000. Those making 80% of the median family income are able to afford a two-bedroom apartment. Given the identified housing need and the central location of the site, we are requesting a density increase of 1.7 units per acre in order to provide 42 additional units across the site. The proposed density for the entire site would be 15.5 units per acre, which falls within the range of other multifamily sites and zones in the city. The increase in density, the site will still provide 11 acres of open space and 564 residential parking stalls, which exceeds the minimum requirement. As demonstrated within the traffic study conducted for the area, the surrounding street network is able to accommodate this increase. As Kate mentioned, there are 3 sites within the city that are zoned for this MUPD zoning. David Hill is located north of the city center and is significantly constrained, requiring costly infrastructure improvements for housing development. East David Hill Road is approved for 221 single-family only homes. Area 2, the subject site, is easily serviced by utilities and is located in close proximity to employment areas and Browns Farm planned development is will include 4 acres of community commercial, 15.44 acres of residential development, 362 multifamily units, and 24 quadplex units. The development will include 11 acres of open space, including the just over 5 acres of habitat preservation in the southeast corner, a community park, and the preservation of a registered tree and the White Oak Grove central to the site. As was mentioned, the site is home to the historic Alvin Clark Brown House. It was built on the site in 1862. Tabitha Brown was the grandfather of Alvin Clark Brown, she was the founder of the Tualatin Academy and Pacific University. The applicant is working currently with the Friends of Historic Oak Grove to relocate the historic home to the same site as the Alvin T. Smith House. This will be done in accordance with the city's process. J.T. Smith worked closely with the Brown family to identify design elements on the site to honor the history of the site and the founding of Forest Grove. Historic elements will be incorporated in the signage and some building elements on the site. There's a notable White Oak Grove central to the site, along with a heritage tree located near the homestead. Additional trees are concentrated near the resource area and near the homestead. The trees on site have been evaluated by the arborist on the project, as well as Bartlett tree experts who provided a specialized evaluation using sonic tomography to determine the structural integrity of the trunks of the white oak trees on site. Of the 198 trees on site, we are preserving 130, or 66%. The trees proposed for removal include 24 invasive sweet cherry trees in the resource area, 5 poor condition white oak trees located in that central grove, and 39 trees within the development area, which are generally a mix of smaller ornamental trees and fruit trees, but do include 2 white oak trees under 20 inches in diameter and 1 Port Orford cedar that is approximately 27 inches in Multifamily development has been centered around the Oak Grove, which has been incorporated into a park for the community. The 0.96 acre park will include walking trails, picnic areas, gathering areas, play structures, and sports courts, and landscaping. The main entry for the multifamily community is on the south end of the site off of Sunset. Community entrance has been designed to provide enhanced landscaping. It will include the preservation of the heritage tree, kind of centrally located on that image. It will also include walking paths, informational signage, and mailboxes. Will provide buffers to the neighboring property. PUD includes the preservation of a 3.36 wetland and the enhancement of the 1.72 acre vegetative corridor that's associated with that wetland, including the removal of invasive species. J.T. Smith is proposing a 24-unit quadplex development on the parcel north of Sunset, shown here. Initially, commercial development was considered for the site. However, after discussions with the neighbors and the city, the site design was revised to provide more residential units rather than commercial, which are more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The revision from commercial resulted in a significant decrease in anticipated traffic. The site is surrounded by right-of-way on all sides, including that 63-foot wide stormwater tract to the west, shown here, separating the development from the neighboring properties to the west. The units will be 2 stories with a maximum height of 25 feet. Homes will be a mix of 2 and 3 bedrooms with individual garages. And there will be surface parking on that site as well. Garbage service will be centrally located. This image here shows the relationship of the proposed townhomes with the neighborhood development. Central area there is that 63-foot wide storm tract. As you can see, the right-of-way between the 2 buildings provides a significant buffer. There are several existing trees already planted within that right-of-way that will remain and provide additional visual buffering in that. Multifamily. The multifamily development has been designed with 131 one-bedroom units, 198 two-bedroom units, and 33 three-bedroom units. These are provided in 14 3-story garden-style apartments and 1 community building that will include a leasing office and have 2 units. Proposed development will include 564 on-site parking spaces specific for the residential uses and 152. This far exceeds the minimum requirement and actually does meet Forest Grove's parking requirements for the mandate. The quadplex site will have 2 spaces per unit on site, provided in private garages and surface parking. Hopefully you can see the pedestrian circulation proposed here a little bit better. We can probably get into it with questions, but we are proposing a crossing at Bonnie Lane, where we have determined for our parking or our transportation study that that is a safe place due to the curvature of Sunset Road. And then there is the existing crossing at Highway 7. In addition to the crossing at Highway 47, we're proposing a flashing pedestrian crossing at the intersection of Bonnie and Sunset Drive. We do plan to work with Public Works to ensure that this is a safe location. The site will be constructed in 5 phases, including 4 residential phases and 1 commercial. J.T. Smith has provided a commercial design guide for the proposed commercial area. The images shown here provided from the projects are provided from projects that have been completed by the commercial design team. The proposed commercial development is expected to be similar in design. Some additional images. Shown here is the residential design guide for the proposed residential. We are requesting a 20% height adjustment for the multifamily buildings to allow for a maximum height of 42 feet. This allows for 3-story buildings with a pitched roof rather than a flat roof. Providing three-story buildings allows for a more compact site design with increased open space and parking on site. The proposed pitch roof is more desirable than a flat roof as it is more harmonious with a residential neighborhood and more climate appropriate in Oregon. Locating additional two-story buildings on site would result in the loss of open space and parking. In J.T. Smith Company's experience, they have found that past developments that have access to recreation amenities and ample on-site parking are key to long-term success of a community. The requested adjustment is 20% of the standard. The NMU zone encourages compact pedestrian development in mixed-use neighborhoods. Fewer three-story buildings provides more compact design for the site, creating an opportunity for more on-site parking and more open space and recreation areas for residents. The applicant has provided 11 acres of open space, as I mentioned, which has been designed with amenities, park areas, pedestrian pathways, preserved natural areas, and tree retention areas. Only one adjustment is requested. They're proposing a variety of mitigation techniques. So as Kate mentioned, we are located the maximum extent possible from neighboring homes. Where possible, there is one building located adjacent to a neighboring property that is zoned for residential. However, as was mentioned, it is the continuation of vegetative corridor south will be on that property, as well as a property that is landlocked and undeveloped. Here on this image shows buffering along the south boundary, including the entrance area, which will be enhanced with landscaping, and the existing wetland buffer. As you can see, building the entrance. Only one building will be sent to the property. Now I'll turn it over to Chris Bremer from Kittleson, who will discuss the findings of the traffic study.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Chris Bramer from Kittleson and Associates. Our mailing address is 851 Southwest 6th Avenue, Suite 600. That's in downtown Portland with a zip code of 97204. I'm a licensed professional engineer and a senior principal engineer with Kittleson. I'm going to walk you through 5 slides. There's a lot of information here. I'm going to try to respond to comments we've heard from the community, questions you may have, and just hit the high points. So I'll start off just an overview of access to the site. The image here shows the 2 northernmost accesses. The northernmost is about 240 feet from Highway 47. The commercial side will be limited to right turns in and right turns out only. And then the quadplex on the other side of the road will be allowed to have full movements where you can turn left or right. Moving further south, down by building 3 that you see there, that access is proposed to allow full movements, left in, left out, etc. There will be a third access that primarily serves the residential, and that's south of Bonnie Lane. I know one of the questions asked was, can you get access to Highway 47? Why aren't you proposing that? The applicant's initial preference was to have access to Highway 47. As you might imagine, for commercial, it's attractive to have direct highway access. In speaking with the Oregon Department of Transportation, that's a non-starter for them. Based on the classification of the highway and the access arrangements that have been previously agreed to, there is no vehicle access, and there will be no vehicle access. So that was pretty much the beginning and end of that conversation. Has been summarized a couple of times now in terms of people being able to walk across from one side of the road to the other. There is at Sunset and Highway 47 the signalized crosswalk there, and as was just highlighted, we're proposing now a pedestrian crossing, crosswalk, and potentially button-activated lights down at Bonnie Lane. That's something that was in response to staff feedback, as well as are trying to respond to the community feedback that we're getting. In terms of the traffic study itself, I want to just paint a real high-level picture of this. Our role is to come in and look at how the system works today. We call that existing conditions, and then we look at how the system will work as the development builds out. We looked at 2 phases. In the near term, 2024, when that quadplex opens, what's the traffic impact of that? And then as the full site builds out around 2026, what's that impact at that time? To do that, we look at current traffic counts. I know there was a question about that, and I'll come to it in a second here, but we also look at, for those future horizon years, we assume regional growth, and then we're assuming development of all those homes up to the north of the Davis Estate subdivision. So we're layering in what the city's already approved and adding our trips then on top of that. The threshold comparison we work through is basically a before and after. What is the city already approved? What's traffic going to look like in 2024 without the project? And then when we add our trips on top, what does it look like? Same thing in 2026. And that delta, that difference, is what we're potentially responsible to mitigate. We studied the 4 intersections that you see here on the screen. We counted them during 2 time periods. Per city code, the analysis focuses on the morning peak hour and the afternoon peak hour. And those 2 time periods that we counted were from 7 to 9 in the morning and then 4 to 6 in the afternoon. That's a code-driven requirement. It's something we consult before we do the traffic study. We send a proposed scope of work to City Public Works and ODOT staff, and they basically tell us do they agree, disagree, and then that's what we're required to answer. The traffic counts were done by an independent company. We retain a data collection company called Quality Counts to collect the counts. That ensures that they're basically independently done. We're not doing anything with the numbers. So that was all done. There's been a fair amount of community feedback pointing out, hey, did you really capture the high school peak? The answer in the morning peak hour is yes. The 7 to 9 period that we conducted traffic counts, we actually then looked at within that 2-hour window, what's the 1 hour, basically when all the traffic's going in and out of the school. You really see that kind of between 7:45 and about 8:20 in the morning. So we do know what's happening with the high school traffic in the morning. We understand that there's queuing on Bonnie, and I'll come back to that. The afternoon peak, we did not study the school dismissal when things get out between 3 and 3:30. That's not something that was requested, and frankly, part of the reason we don't do that is if you think about a commercial mixed-use development like what's being proposed, the residents of the site development, assuming this is approved, will primarily be leaving in the morning, and they're primarily coming home in the afternoon. There's not a lot of residential trips at 3 to 3:30 in the afternoon. Not to say there won't be any, but that's not the critical time period we look at. Same thing with the commercial. Really, that PM and AM peak is an industry standard, and we just simply don't look at that school peak. If it were a traffic study for the school, then that would be a time period to look at. Big picture findings, we look at crash data for the intersections, and we look at the county's database, trying to identify if there's anything, what we call safety priority listing, where our study intersections would show up. There's nothing on the safety priority listing, but we did look at 5 years of crash data. Didn't find any particular patterns, but one of the public questions that came up, I think, as recently as today, is down at Willamina and Sunset, we had flagged that when you compare the crash rate at that intersection to other similar intersections in the state, it is a crash rate that's a little bit above what you'd expect from the state's, what they call a 90th percentile crash rate. Without getting into all the technical jargon, the bottom line is that's a flag for us of, hey, this intersection's having a crash rate above what you might expect based on other typical intersections in the state. It tells us to go look at that data. What the data says when you look into it is over 5 years, between 2016 and 2020, there were 6 crashes, about 1 a year. They're primarily on the westbound approach. 3 of them happened in 2016, and then the other 3 happened over the next 4 years. So as we looked at that data and tried to look for patterns, couldn't find anything there, so we're not recommending mitigations. But I just put that out there because that was the specific question that came in today. What did we find? Really 2 key issues. One is up at the signalized intersection, Sunset and 47, that northbound approach backs up, particularly the left turn trying to get onto Highway 47. That will get longer, potentially, or will get longer when we add trips to it. And so it becomes then a question of, okay, what can we do? The intersection footprint is built out to what the city's ultimate plan is for the intersection, same from an ODOT perspective. So really not an opportunity to add lanes or do anything there, but we do see an opportunity to change the signal timing. And if you talk to ODOT, the first thing they will tell you is you can't rely on us changing our signal timing to address queuing. In this situation, I think there is an opportunity to do that. Typically, from an ODOT perspective, the goal is to move highway traffic. So they give a lot of green time to the highway, and the side streets tend to have to wait longer. In this case, there's really not a reason from a system perspective to be putting a whole lot of time on the highway. Certainly that's the emphasis, it's the state highway. But often ODOT's in a situation where they're trying to move traffic from one signal to the next signal to the next signal. They're coordinating them all, and so they'll use longer cycles to try to influence that traffic progression from one signal to the next. You don't have that here. You've got roundabouts on either side, and so we think there's an opportunity to change the timing. ODOT staff basically said, city, if you request that, we'll talk to you about it. So I see an opportunity to work on that. The other probably bigger issue for, I think, most of the community feedback is really Bonnie Lane, and that approach coming from Bonnie out to Sunset when school is starting and stopping is a long wait at the stop sign. I don't dispute that. Stood out there, we watched it, we see it back up. We've gone into our toolbox of what can we do. We looked at putting in an all-way stop there. That doesn't work. It really works against us in terms of just the amount of traffic going through there and trying to stop Sunset. We looked at, could you put in a traffic signal? Bottom line is there's national standards on how much traffic you have to have in order to justify a signal, and we don't meet those thresholds. There's also the complexities of if you put in a signal, you've got driveways on Bonnie really close to the signal, they could be blocked by queues. And perhaps more fundamental is one of the downsides of putting in signals is they tend to attract traffic. So on the one hand, you're trying to mitigate things, make it easier to get out, then more people come that way. In this situation, it doesn't really matter because we can't justify the signal from a traffic volume perspective. So what is the solution? From my perspective, the solution is systemic. The city's transportation system plan, which is basically your adopted blueprint of how the system works in 10 or 20 years, that long-term horizon, it speaks to future needs on Sunset. It does not identify new improvements at Bonnie, but what it does show, and some of you will be familiar with this, is future connections. Today, Sunset is basically your north-south route where you go all the way over to Oak. The transportation plan calls for extending 26th and 23rd from Sunset over towards Oak, or now the Martin Road roundabout that's being built. So if you think of all those homes that are south of the highway, east of Sunset, today their primary way in and out is Sunset. When that new connectivity happens to the east, according to the city's plan, that opens up and gives that whole neighborhood another way out. And so the city's planning documentation shows that long-term traffic volumes north-south on Sunset will go down because of that overall system connectivity. I understand it's not a switch that we can flip today and make happen, but this development will be paying towards those future improvements, and I'll come back to that. Last things I want to wrap up on, what did our study recommend? Provide sight distance at the driveway so you can see to get in and out safely. Work with ODOT to modify the signal timing. And then based on the community's feedback, that recommendation to work with city staff to put in the crosswalk at Sunset and Bonnie. What's the takeaway from all this? A few things. The recommendations that I just listed for you, an assurance for you that I prepare the study. That study is independently reviewed by your city staff. It's independently reviewed by the engineers at ODOT. So it's gone through multiple levels of scoping and scrutiny. We've seen the citizens' comments. I appreciate where they're coming from. I've tried to answer some of those questions today. They live here. They have to work and deal with this every day. We're trying to be responsive to those. And I think one of the things that doesn't show up in any of the documentation, I just want to highlight here, is this project, like any other project in the city, will be required to pay the transportation development tax that the city and the county jointly administer. As you heard earlier, not sure what commercial development's going to finally happen on the site, but if you look at the fees that this project will generate through that transportation development tax, it will be over $3 million. So this project will be making a financial contribution that in turn helps fund that systemic improvement. Can't guarantee you when the roads are going to go in, but this project is doing its share per the development code by that mitigation. With that, I'm going to turn the conversation back. There may be questions. I suspect it'll be back to me, but for now, I will pass.
Right. Getting close here. The JT Smith Companies, along with the project team, has designed the proposed development with careful consideration for the unique history and natural resources located on site. We've worked to incorporate feedback from the previous property owner, city, and the neighbors in the design of the site. If approved, the development will provide 386 needed housing units in a mixed-use community that provides nearby shopping, dining, outdoor park and recreation areas, and community gathering spaces within close proximity to employment. The development can support the density increase, which will provide an additional 42 homes in the city, and the proposed height adjustment has been mitigated for the extent possible. Thanks staff and the council tonight, and we thank the Planning Commission for their unanimous recommendation of approval for the 4 proposed applications. We respectfully request that the City Council propose development. Be happy to take questions. I know I wrote down a couple, so I'm just going to get into those really quick.
Go for it.
So there was one question about the duck pond. We are required to submit a site assessment through Clean Water Services, and that requirement is if you have habitat within 200 feet of your property. So they look at those off-site properties, they look at on-site resources, off-site resources, and determine what our impact is. That duck pond is off our site, and we have not been determined to have an impact on that. As I understand it, it is north of our site. One of the other questions was regarding the arborist report and the root-based drip line. And I'm not an arborist, obviously, but I'll do my best to summarize. So there are recommendations in the report for how to preserve trees. Those are by a certified arborist, and those are to be followed by the construction crew, as designated in the arborist report when we are approved. They provide measures for the drip line, but they also provide measures for when large roots are found and how to hand excavate or other excavation techniques. Kind of a complicated process that I think is my best layman's explanation of it, but there is a process, and that's all I have, but I'd be happy to take any other questions.
Thank you. Council President Gustafson.
I just have a couple. I know you talked a lot about the requirements, code, what are standards, building standards, history that tells you what the environment standards are for building and roads and all of that. But my first question, just to clarify, and I'm sorry, what was your name, sir? Chris. You said that ODOT shot down the other access point to 47?
That is correct, yes.
Did they say why?
They cited basically the classification of the facility, that it's an ODOT highway, and their access management would not allow it. They have their own policy requirements for the highway. It's not they have legal access in that area.
Okay, that would be a question I'd want to know from ODOT to understand more. Jesse, I don't know if you can dig up that
Well, I
kind of
know that
information.
when they wanted to put in a grocery store on that corner, I think it was Hagen's, 20 years ago or something, that was what stopped that. Was because they wouldn't let them have access to 47.
Interesting. Yeah, I'd like to know more about that, because I also see an emergency management issue with one side in and out of an area that has so many lives in it.
I can hopefully address that a little bit. So we do send our plan to the fire department for approval, and there is a fire access plan. One of the things that determines fire access and is the number of units, but those locations of entry points have to be a certain distance from each other. So the southernmost entrance into the site and then the northern entrance, that distance requirement require like safety to provide separation. The site is pretty significantly large, so having one on 47 and one on Sunset doesn't necessarily mean that they would meet those spacing requirements for fire. Obviously, they could come from a different direction, but they can come from a different direction.
Okay. Thank you. That was my first one. And again, I just wanted to reiterate that even though we have studies that show us, hey, you don't need more traffic lights, you don't need this crosswalk, you don't need that, the perception of people that live in that area can be very different. Their experience with that is very different, and I'm sure where you live, you have that experience as well. And so the city of Forest Grove and all the residents appreciate any bending that you can do to accommodate what Forest Grove residents consider their acceptable livability standards. So please just keep that in mind. And this is a great segue to my second one. And I don't know what kind of options there are, but the home that's there currently, the historical home, perhaps consider, is there any way for you to leave the home there as its historical location? And what a wonderful, heartfelt offering for the city of Forest Grove, for you as developers to say, hey, we value the history in Forest Grove. And I know you're working with them to possibly move that building, but what a wonderful step forward for a developer, a company your size, to give that as an option for the city of Forest Grove to keep that building where it is and have it as a historical site. Something to sleep on.
Is that a question or okay.
Something to sleep on.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a couple. Or go ahead, Councilor Rippey, you want to go?
Yeah. I think you've answered most of my questions, and I appreciate that. I think going off a little bit of what Councilor Gustafson said, I've been on council, this is my second term, I've been on council now, and I can't tell you the number of developments that have come under our decision-making, I think at least 4. So just as a general statement, I think what we're looking for is a developer who has a good neighborhood professional attitude. We've not had that experience in the past. The previous development on David Hill was a neighborhood mixed use, and at that time the code did not require commercial development. And the developer comes in and basically says, we don't care. We're going to do what we want, and we're going to only build residential, which is not consistent with the vision that the council and the community had for that piece of property. Consequently to that, then we changed our own code to require neighborhood mixed use, to required it to have commercial, which is what you guys are dealing with. So you're dealing with the outfall or the consequences of a previous developer having an attitude of not working with the city. So in a general sense of speaking, that's what we're looking for. There is an attitude out there that developers generally come in, they try and meet their bottom line, they leave the community, and then the community has to deal with the consequences. The developer has moved on. I'd like for you all to look at this as building something added on to your home and taking the attitude that this is your home as well as ours. And we have the responsibility to ensure that our home is being added on to reasonably and safely. So what I have seen is positive from my perspective. I think you have done a fairly good job of doing that. I really do. So I appreciate that. I think the Oak Grove, the consideration of the historical house, All of those kinds of things that you have done speak well for what you are trying to do with the community. I do think that there are concerns still around the traffic. I do appreciate the limitations with that you have to deal with regard to ODOT and whatever else, in fact, you can do to mitigate the impact. So I'm going to get into the little bit of the specifics. When I look at the traffic study and I try to follow the math, there is compliance with all the standards and the standards that are followed, whether they're federal standards or state standards. All of that is done professionally and exactly. I have no question about the accuracy and the professionalism of the study itself. My question has to do with the assumptions around some of those things. And those assumptions point out that there are conflicting pieces of data that are not necessarily used by traffic engineers that impact our community. So for example, and I'm just going to take lot 600. So you're planning on 24 units, 2 parking spaces per unit. That's 48 parking spaces. So if we make that assumption that there's going to be 48 vehicles there, okay, there'll be 48 vehicles. Then you also have to look at the data that says 83% of the people in Forest Grove commute outside to go to work. All right, even if you say 83% is a high percentage, if you just go with 50% of those 48 cars, that's 24 cars that are going to be exiting that one area. Now, granted, I can't say they're all going to be during the peak period of the morning, but most of them will be. So when you come up with the number of leaving that area at the peak period of only 7, that's not the reality. That's the standard, but it doesn't pass the common sense test, which is what the community is saying. The community is saying, based upon Forest Grove being a commuter community where people leave, based upon the location of a high school, and based upon the current Sunset Drive Boulevard as being the primary route, north-south route into the downtown area, there's going to be more people, more cars hitting that than the 7 for lot 16 or 600 or the 116 for lot 100. There's going to be more that's actually going to get there than what the standards say. And I don't know what can be done about it, but if you were to take the same calculations and make certain different adjustments in terms of the assumptions based upon the number of vehicles that are going to be there, you're going to get a different result. You're going to have an increase in the volume of traffic through those areas than what the study itself says right now. That's it's the common sense approach. It's not the engineering perspective. And I recognize that we're limited in all the things that we can do to mitigate it, but I would also like to see the acknowledgement that while the test, the study is accurate to the letter of the law, it misses the mark to the experience of the actual community. And I think that you're addressing the cross streets accurately, but I do think we're going to end up experiencing a greater impact of traffic volume in that area than what the traffic study says. Sir, I don't know what you can do about that. I don't know that you can do anything about it other than acknowledge the fact that I have asked our city staff if they can do a traffic study post-construction and verify the fact that the traffic study pre-construction was inaccurate. And then what? I don't know. Then we can go back to our residents in the audience and say, yeah, you were right. I know that's a lot, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but I do have an engineering degree, so.
Well, first of all, thank you for the comment. It's helpful to understand that perspective, and I appreciate you sharing. Two thoughts come to mind. One is, I appreciate your recognition that we're following the process and the standards. The approach is per the guidance in the industry. I think the North Pax lot, the 24
Units,
fourplex,
right. Yep.
that's probably the easiest one to point to for the reasons you just said of, okay, if all the residents get out and drive, there should be more than the trip shown. I appreciate that. I think we could go through a sensitivity analysis and do some what if. Okay, let's take your example on an extreme. I don't sit and debate the math.
Right.
But let's just say all 24 people decided to experience. That side would experience an increase in trips leaving the site compared to what we showed. The difference between 7 trips and 24 trips on that side, what it's going to mean is it's going to take longer, particularly if you want to get left to get out to the highway. So yes, we would show that driveway, it takes longer to get out of. The offset to that is the mixed use side. What we often see from traffic impact study world is we prepare these estimates based on all the trips being new to the system. Basically saying those homes are all new and then the retail is all new. The reality that we don't account for is on the retail side in particular. Some of the testimony you heard earlier of all these homes to the north and west that have no retail opportunity today. They're going somewhere else to shop today.
Correct.
And now we're going to be putting in something that's closer to them. And so we don't do any reduction for those trips that are already out there that are going to be making that shorter trip. And so what I can tell you from my 27 years of experience doing this is basically traffic impact studies, particularly for this mixed use side, tend to overestimate trips because we assume these are all new commercial trips and we've got all the new home trips. So to your point, fair point on the north side, we may, for the reasons you cited, be underestimating the number of trips that come in that crossfire. I would submit to you that we are likely overestimating the other side of the coast. And to give you an example of this, we've worked for several years up in Vancouver, Washington, where they had a corridor called Mill Plain Boulevard. And they got to the point where all the traffic studies were showing that corridor is so overcapacity, it's never going to work. The city went so far as to tracking every single home, every single trip, and they declared a moratorium. Said, we cannot accept any more development. Our traffic engineers have told us the system is sunk. They went so far as to deny a cancer treatment center that was proposed because it was going to add one trip to the corridor. So the solution was you had to drive out. The reality is now looking back, they've gone back and changed their methodology because they discovered that when you keep adding up all these traffic studies that all assume it's all new trips and don't account for that uses, that the moratorium, the level of overload that they were expecting never materialized. And I think you will see that similar here, where the amount of traffic that we're proposing, assuming coming into that commercial is going to be busy at the driveway, yes, but it's going to also be trips that are already on the system going to shop. I don't know if that helps, but that was my attempt to
Right, and even my suggested number, I didn't have the tables available to determine whether even that increase had any significant impact on the result of your study. And I don't know that. So you offered to do a cursory study and an advanced usage. I think that would be appreciated to see whether or not it has a significant impact on the current analysis.
So I would say, without going back and doing that math, I can tell you confidently we're not going to have an issue where adding in 24 trips instead of 7 change the result. The capacity of the signalized intersection is well below the ODOT mobility target. The Bonnie Lane intersection is not going to swing a difference based on that difference in trips on that side. Again, admit to you that I think we're overestimating the impact on the east side. So at this point, I would say my testimony is my attempt to answer your question. Confident that the capacity.
Okay, thank you.
I have two questions, one for Chris and Mercedes, right? And one for so I'm concerned with that north tax lot as well. What's the distance between that driveway entrance exit and then the light on 47? Do you know that it just looks to me like, and because you mentioned that turning lane to go west onto 47 or to go north onto 47 is going to get backed up, right? So I'm just like, how are people going to get out?
Good question. So the distance is about 240 feet from the stop bar down to the access.
Can they go out either way from that?
So coming out of the quadplex, the orange arrows are the exit movement. So yes, you could come out of the quadplex and turn left or turn right, and the blue is the movement in turning left or right.
But they can't go straight across, can they?
No, they cannot.
No, that's either a right in or a right out.
The commercial side opposite the street would have a raised called a pork chop there, so that can only turn right out. No through.
You don't know the drivers in Forest Grove.
I appreciate the drivers in the Portland metro area in general. That's something we're going to have to watch. We're not proposing a raised median out there right now because of the quadplex and trying to accommodate them, but you as a city have statutory ability. If the safety problem, something develops, we go back.
We did that at Safeway.
I know, that's what I'm. So, and I really appreciated, Mercedes, that you started your presentation with the walkability of the development. One of the things I love about Forest Grove is how accessible things are and how nice it is to walk around town. And so you heard me earlier, like the crosswalks, the blinking light, like how are we moving people? So I guess my question is, you had an image up about the pedestrian flow, and I didn't see the pedestrian flow from the quadplex to like the pickleball court, or the pedestrian flow from the development to Pacific University or to downtown. To me, like, and I don't want to, it is so nice to, yes, we're a commuter town, like Councilor Rippey said, but it's nice when you come home and from this development, which looks very nice, it's a mile and a half walk to Grand Lodge. It's a mile to Urban. You can go to the best dive bar in Forest Grove at my place, right? And I mean, it's very walkable. It's very friendly. So when I'm saying like, where are these crosswalks? Like, how do we make sure like that is livability in Forest Grove? It's that you send your kid on his bike to school and you're not really worried. And that's the long-term planning that I would like to see. So I'm just trying to figure out the flow of people moving, I guess.
Sure. So I appreciate that comment, and I'll kind of break it into two parts. So obviously we focus heavily on the movement of people within the development. We want to make sure that they can hit
go
different
pickleball
parts within, and also people don't have to drive to commercial areas. They can walk, which is a crucial part of the mixed use. Really thought about here of how do we get people to that commercial development. One of the tricky parts is that this site is 2 sites, and not just 2 sites, but 2 sites divided by a large high classification road with lanes. So crossing that road is significant. We looked at this, both our traffic and our civil, and the safety of crossing. There is obviously that existing button lit crossing on 47 and Sunset that is determined to be a safe location for that crossing. As we will be refining it with Public Works, but our analysis has shown that the best place for crossing is north of Bonnie Lane for crossing Sunset, where that road flattens out and people will come around that corner, see those pedestrians, and see that flashing light with time to stop. And then coming north and from Bonnie, they can also see that crossing as well. So that was the location we identified as the safest crossing. We did look at crossing from the quadplex over to the commercial site, but it really wasn't safe for that.
Yeah.
So we really want to emphasize moving pedestrians to those two locations.
So are you
specifically.
suggesting that the people who live in the quadplex go out to 47 and cross at the light at 47?
Right.
And
it's
then can walk
approximately
down through that.
there's so there's the pathway. There are several pathways connecting in there, so you can go south from your house to Sunset Drive. You can go north. There's that pedestrian pathway south of the city sign, and then you can also east pathway straight out. So we are suggesting, I mean, you can do either, but 47 being crossed approximately 200 house across that road.
And there are plans for you all to work with ODOT to make that a safer, to like improve that crosswalk. There was a, in
That's
this,
a recommendation that the city does that.
I thought it was a hang on,
I believe it's a button crossing.
yeah, let me see.
Or
Hang on,
47.
I put my page number. Let me reread it. It's on 417 of the staff report in the planning document. I just have to find it.
So my recollection
It
is,
says staff recommends, oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I was going to offer, my recollection is that all of the movements at the highway are signalized except that eastbound right turn where you basically have to cross that. It's
Yeah.
a pedestrian.
Right.
You have to cross it. So that's a yield controlled movement today. We have frontage on the intersection. I expect that ODOT as part of their permitting process will visit that. There's a lot of movement in ADA accessibility requirements right now at the state. So right now, there's not a specific condition of approval that says you have to do something with that crosswalk, but ODOT process, I can tell you, touching front signal intersection, ODOT accessibility process.
Yeah, so on page 417, it said, therefore, staff recommends a condition of approval requiring the applicant to work with ODOT and the City of Forest Grove Public Works Department as may be necessary or applicable in this location to improve the intersect crosswalk located between Sunset Drive and Highway 47 to provide adequate and actual connectivity between the commercial development to be located on the north end of tax lot 100 and the residential development to be located on the smaller parcel tax lot 600. That was the last paragraph. So was that not something that the Planning Commission?
I think that what happened with that condition is because I think the applicant decided that yes, it would work with Public Works to implement a crosswalk. My recommendation to work with ODOT to upgrade that crosswalk that's located at 47 because it doesn't directly connect to the parcel. Again, it goes back to that clear and objective requirement. There, me asking the applicant for conditional approval or you, I don't know that we can do that because asking them to work with ODOT to make a safer crossing is not clear and objective. At the second noticing of the proposal to ODOT, they did not indicate any requirement, make any upgrades to that.
I'm going to be real honest, it's confusing for me because it in the document says therefore staff recommends a condition of approval, which is that our staff, then you're telling me we can't do that. So I'm just,
Yes. and
I
so
feel like it's bad. It's confusing.
Right, I apologize. And as you can imagine from looking at this record, you know, there's been a lot of changes. So I think in that event, it's, you know, me not wanting to modify the staff report as it was in the record based on the planning commission recommendation of approval. They weren't approving anything. And so it's a matter of discussion at this point, because I'm not certain that it can be imposed. But I didn't completely reword it again, was part of the original word. And so modifications to conditions will be applied at the outset here. And that's the best answer I can provide. I apologize for the confusion that my wording imparted again prior to that first presentation. And me not knowing if life safety issues, you know, there have to be certain objectives.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Counselor Ewing, go ahead.
Not a worry. So we talk a lot about walkability and we talk a lot about pedestrian safety and neighborhood walkability. We have individuals, as all communities do, with ADA and mobility issues. So I'm not hearing a lot of conversation or addressing whether those, is it ODOT? Who is it that will be putting forward ADA accessibility for the development? That's my first question.
So I think maybe the ODOT part got a little bit confused. So our site pathways are ADA accessible as required by your code and the American Disabilities Act. So pathways, for the most part, there will be an accessible people who have ADA requirements on site. I think your question confused whether or not Chris mentioned that ODOT has larger plans for ADA upgrades on their system. That was just mentioned as a program that they have.
Okay.
Well, I think it also went to that connection to the trail that's along 47 that ODOT was requesting that also be ADA compliant. So between building 2 and 4, you had a connection.
Oh, down by, yes. So there is a pathway connecting to 47.
And because of the grade that's involved there, if you just go from the level that you're at down to that, you're not going to be ADA compliant. So you're going to have to come up with a way to ramp that somehow so that it's ADA compliant because of the topography there.
Correct.
Yeah.
So my second question is, you talked a little bit about, you know, the 80% of medium income. Are you seeing, or is there any discussion on economics for our community and affordability? It's great to put these up, but are they going to be affordable for our economic needs here in Forest Grove? I'm not getting a sense that it's going to have low income, which is something, of course, which is, you know, really prevalent right now. Could you talk a little bit more to what type of economics an individual would have to have in order to rent or to live at your development?
Sure. So, hard to know specifics for building in 2026. Generally speaking,
Right.
It'll be market rate housing. I know that JT Smith Companies does accept Section 8 vouchers that allows for some affordable housing in their development. But generally speaking, it's expected to be workforce and student market rate housing.
I'm very thankful that you mentioned workforce because that's a housing need that every community has, and they don't often talk about workforce housing. And you also said student housing, possibly.
Right, we would expect that some students may choose here.
Those would be able to. Okay. Thank you very much.
Further questions? Okay, we are going to now move on to the public testimony portion. Public hearings are held on each matter required by state law or city policy. The presiding officer will review the hearing instructions prior to public comment. When addressing the council, please use the witness table, the center front of the room. Provide your full name. Please limit comments to 3 minutes unless the presiding officer grants you an extension. All testimony is electronically recorded. Written testimony may be submitted by 3 p.m. of the day of the meeting. So, are there any people in the audience who would like to, that are proponents and would like to give testimony in favor of the applicant? Okay, anyone online? Seeing none, we're going to move to the second portion, which would be the opponents. I believe it's Shesna Calkins. What? Shesna? Sorry. Shesna Calkins? Yeah. Like John? No, okay, sorry. Come on up.
Shesna Calkins, I live at 260 Barnett Forest Road. I'm speed through. I didn't know about the 3 minutes, so really, a lot of the issues have been addressed today in terms of pedestrian traffic, pedestrian safety, but I feel like I feel like some of the common sense sort of remarks that you made, I think about half of that, have those people have parking more, about going out of there, and then with 20% increase that they're asking for, that's just additional traffic moving in and out of. So if we're already having impacts to traffic, then it doesn't seem logical to add first that problem. And when I think about Bonnie Lane, about the sort of proposed multifaceted ways they cross the street and the ways that section 600 to section 100, folks are going to a safe way to get to their city center. And then again, think about 360, the 180 of those cars are parked in the lots, then there could be a potential to 120 cars that need to park elsewhere. And so that would not only be Bonnie, but I think that's also where Duck Pond comes in, because there on Beale Road, there is Beale Road stretching on that Duck Pond. So because it is locked in, section 600 is locked in where you cannot park on Sunset, park on 57, there's going to have to be alternative parking. That is section. But primarily the state trying to get back to walk the dog a lot, and I tell you the congested now. And so about those issues of crowd. I hear about a long solution that's just like, let's wait and see what this does in 10 or 20. That doesn't feel like a solution. So I sort of bear on the side. Let's think about this.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. I do not have any other opponents signed up to give public testimony, but if you did not sign up and would like to sign up this is your opportunity. Just come up to the witness table and you'll state your name and address for the record, please, and thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vivian Lopez. I'm at 2122 Neville Avenue, Grove. I just have a comment about the walkability. So there's going to be a lot of walking people. There's right now a sidewalk around the City of Forest Grove sign. And then there's the trail that's on the other side of Sunset. But then between the sign and the roundabout, it's gravel and it's highway. And there's a really steep drop right into the culvert, the duck pond is. And so that's dangerous. So I don't know if the city planned to make a sidewalk there or make it walkable, because people are going to be walking that highway to connect. So I just wanted to.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other? Yeah. Yes, I will. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to opponents that are on Zoom. Okay. Miss Lewis, whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Hi there. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. So I have already submitted a written comment for the record that I think everyone has seen, but I just want to address some of the slides from the staff presentation first. On her slide 11, she said that one of the primary goals of this was diversity in types of housing. There is very little diversity in the types of housing offered in this development, only quadplexes and apartments, no single family houses, no duplexes, so we missed the mark there. On slide 12, increasing pedestrian access and walkability. It is clear that there is very little access and walkability, and I would argue that this development and increase in car trips at a rate of 3,972 per day, which is what was in the traffic study, will make walkability nearly impossible. Slide 22 discussed pedestrian orientation and circulation to adjacent properties. Again, we've discussed this multiple times. There is nothing that will increase safety and walkability with this development. Slide 26 discussed the height adjustment and would assist in the proposal to aid in a more compact urban form. I would like to address this in regard to the staff's own continued use of the term clear and objective. She keeps coming back to clear and objective. To claim that something would make us more compliant to an undesignated urban form would be, for lack of a better term, cherry picking what is clear and objective. So she can call that clear and objective, but not all of these numbers, all of this data, and what we see every day living in this community. Slide 28, the state's new policy, she says, allows us to relax code requirements in regards to housing developments to allow us to prepare for hypothetical gubernatorial action regarding mandating residential usage. Again, if we are working on clear and objective standards, using a complete hypothetical about something that has not happened and is not on the books to happen to support approval of this text amendment totally muddies the water of what is clear and objective. Slide 29 says that she made a statement that David Hill development is blowing up and needs resources and also the access of Highway 26 for commuters. Both of those involve driving cars, not walking. David Hill, the new David Hill development, is not accessible to this new proposed development by walk because it's on Highway 47. So again, both of these are not clear and objective and directly conflict with the overarching goal of pedestrian access and walkability of this development type. I also want to commend the mayor on her question regarding the 20+ action items that are still outstanding on the proposal. I think ultimately the council should vote to deny the current proposal because clearly a multitude of concerns need to be addressed prior to an official approval of this package. Because to reiterate what Mayor Wenzel said, how is this safe? My son would have to ride his bike across Sunset to get to school, and there is absolutely no way he would be able to do this if the high density of this proposal is approved. The answer is this isn't safe. And here's the deal. Everyone's saying, oh, well, there's not really a solution. Well, I'm not sure. That might be ODOT. Well, the city could work with that. Here's the solution. We do not approve a density approval or increase for this location. If you don't approve the density approval, we have less cars and less people. And all of these safety solutions are, while not mitigated, at least they're reduced. So the council has a tough decision here to make. And I would really, really hope that after all of these concerns by citizens and council members themselves, that we deny the increase in density as the first step in ensuring community safety.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Anyone else signed up on Zoom? Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the in-person audience, and anyone who is in the other category would like to testify. Is that the right category? I don't know. Is that?
David Morelli, 1320 Cedar Forest Grove. I speak so that I can be notified in the police include.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. Okay, so at this point, does the applicant wish to provide a rebuttal? Okay, please come up, Mercedes.
Right. So we appreciate public testimony, and I hope that you all come away with the impression that we've really thought about these requirements and tried to create what we think is a great community for Forest Grove. Speaking to the specific comments we've received, hopefully we have addressed traffic and trip counts. I do want to make a note that the 20% increase is actually just for the height, not for the number on site. We are requesting 1.7 units per acre additional, and that amounts to about just under 11% on site density. Regarding pedestrian safety, the development code does have a little bit less clear and objective standards for this, but they request that we provide safe pedestrian connections and a walkable neighborhood. It doesn't necessarily say provide a walkable city for Forest Grove where everywhere is connected to our development and we somehow improve the pedestrian connections for the entire city. It is our neighborhood that we are proposing, and we are connecting into the greater neighborhood to the extent possible that is reasonable for our development, providing safe crossing where safe crossings have been studied and will be designed for. There was a question about parking and the number of parking stalls and parking off-site. Our goal is to provide parking on-site for our residents. That provides better longevity for residents, that provides a happier community when they can park on-site. We have provided more parking than required in order to accommodate that, and it is a parking measure that we find, usually it's about 1.4 stalls per household in multifamily, and that works well. And Smith has developed multifamily communities, and that number has been studied, and we find that that is the best number for those multifamily. On the quadplex, we'll be providing 2 units. Again, it exceeds the requirements. We're hoping people will park on the site. Can't control whether people park on public streets. That is allowed. Anyone can park on any public street anywhere. Obviously, there are times, but that is allowed. There was a comment about no path north on 47. Obviously, that is outside of our. And then finally, Ms. Lewis comments. She had comments about walkability for the city as a whole and our site. Obviously, we're proposing pathways within our community to connect the commercial, the residential areas within the residential, connect sites, connect into the city. Won't solve all of the city's walk issues, but provide safe. There were quite a few comments for the city. One thing I will note, 20+ action items. I believe she referenced conditions. Those are very standard in any sort of land use application. Have conditions of approval. 20 is actually a small amount. So those aren't outstanding items. They are pretty standard for any development to have items they follow up with in a preliminary. If there's anything Jamie would like to.
Good evening. For the record, Jamie Housley with the law firm George applicant's attorney. Back on camera. There's one point in particular I want to make from an evidentiary regard to you want to talk some of the legal stuff. A lot of that brought forward this evening. I want to model that way as well as give some advice on some. But in particular, curious about the dot. And there was a letter dated 19 they state there at the top, as requested, all access for vehicles to the state highway have been. So this is the state of Oregon telling you that our project access on. That works. Turning over to the legal standard, I think Ms. McGuire did an excellent job talking about what has been happening in housing space. 2016, state legislature amended the needed housing statute to apply to all housing. That tells anytime you have a development going forward, be clear and objective. Furthermore, ORS 227-171 says a set subsection 2 again must be clear and objective. Further down, ORS 227-540 that not deny a project. So I think what Ms. McGuire sort of articulated, mandates coming down, development, catching up, city off guard. In one particular instance, at a project, city of Dallas, developed legacy development, and there the city tried to impose conditions that were not in so-called beef right. Said you cannot do that. That's an objection. Despite that, city of Dallas took that up to the warning is cities project can get first like did in attorneys to develop failing five also happened down in the city of Eugene. I think that again, state of Oregon, health jurisdictions not have a lot of leeway. Defect rules are our state policy. We think that third staff report as well as felt that all of
Thank you. Mercedes, I don't think there's, is there, in my script, it doesn't say questions on the rebuttal. Is there questions on the rebuttal? Yeah, okay. Sorry, it's just not in
I
the
thank you for that direct and obvious explanation about possible litigations and histories of litigations that cities have gone through when they're trying to do what's best for their residents. I'd like to just reiterate what myself and Councilor Rippey reflected and what many of the residents feel is it's not about standards and code. It's not about what the state says we can or cannot do. It's us asking you to be a good neighbor and think about doing better than standards.
you know, I really feel like when you look at our proposal and what we have proposed, there are a number of ways that we are exceeding standards. We're providing open space over the required amount with amenities proposed in those open space areas. Those are not required. We're not required to provide tree retention of the oak grove. We're not required to save the house that's on the site. We're not required to exceed the parking. We are really thinking about this community as a part of Forest Grove, as a community where we want people to stay and live. We have developed in Forest Grove, had a successful multifamily community, and we feel like we understand what people who live in multifamily development really look for in that type of development. They want to be able to walk commercial areas. They want to be able to have recreation spaces on site. They want amenities. They want to be able to park. They want to be able to feel safe and enjoy their community. We do feel like that we are providing above and beyond your code. And I think that evidence in the record really shows that. And I don't really understand necessarily why there's such a strong suggestion that we aren't.
It's not a strong suggestion that you're not. It's a strong suggestion that we don't feel that community might not want these things to happen. Community might want this to stay a small community. That's how these people are feeling. That's when somebody comes in and they feel like they're pushing you around and changing what you have and what you want. We understand that you're going by what the law says, and we can't change that. Okay, that's something that has to change with the state. But when you come into somebody's backyard and you start doing these types of things, it stirs emotions. So that's what we're talking about. It might be you're doing what you're doing. We look at your proposal. It does look pretty. It does look like it's going to fit some of the things that we want here. But at the same time, we like a small town. So adding 300, 400, 500 more people isn't keeping it a small town. It's expanding our town. And we understand you guys have all the legal rights to do these things, but this is how we feel.
Right, I understand that, and I feel like hopefully we are sensitive to that idea. Obviously, development happens as a prescribed way in Oregon. It's in the urban growth boundary. It is a site that's going to be developed. We may develop it, someone else could develop it, and it could be a very different development. What we feel like we're trying to say is we have done a responsible job. The site is going to develop. That is the reality. Whether or not it is now or later, that is what is going to happen. So what we have tried to do is responsible, provide nice development for the city that is responsive to neighbors. We've met with neighbors. We've met development on neighbors requirements. We've also met the code, which is established by your city and your residents as the code requirement site. Feel like we've gotten above and beyond. We hope that you guys can really do want the site to be completely special for the business.
Any further questions from council? Councilor Rippey.
It's not a question. It's just a comment, and I think there is a level of frustration here, not necessarily with you at all. The state has started infringing on municipalities' constitutional right for home rule by mandating all of these requirements. That has put the cities at considerable risk to ensure the safety and quality of life for his residents. Okay, that's nothing that you're responsible for. It's a consequence of their laws that state, the clear and objectionable, not giving cities time to be able to define what clear and objectionable is. The consequences of those mandates on the residents are, frankly, in my opinion, not considered by state legislature or the governor. They're just mandating housing, but they're not understanding what impact that has, mostly on the transportation issue. And in my experience with the transportation sector over the last 7 years, is that transportation projects always lag behind housing developments by at least 10 years. And consequently, when we have these kinds of developments that are going in, and the transportation issues are not addressed at the time of the development, it's going to take a long time. Now, I actually agree with you guys that yes, once 26th gets connected to the roundabout at Martin Road, that will help alleviate some things. I myself, if I looked at the situation, I would probably use Main Street or some other street to get to David Hill and go around Sunset. There's all sorts of different options. The other frustration that I personally have with this, and it's not you, I'm talking to the public here, but I want you guys to hear, because as developers, you're going to hear this everywhere you go. It's the transit issue. You guys are not required to do anything about transit, right? But the state has mandated this law that's about climate-friendly neighborhoods, about limiting. So, folks in the audience, the state has mandated that the city cannot require more than one parking spot, and it has to do with how close it is to a transit line. Forest Grove has one transit line. And we're not allowed to require more parking, but we have TriMet is not going to increase their routes to accommodate your development. So the concept of reducing the amount of parking that you would provide to your residents assumes that they'll go to transit when transit is not even available. So systemically, it's broken, the whole thing, frankly, because developments are not being done in conjunction with transit studies and transportation development. And I think what you're hearing here is a lot of frustration with that. And I think one of my earlier comments was, I get it. You guys have done your job and you've done it accurately and professionally. And I'm just asking that you continue with the good neighbor, because I would like to see a developer come into town and actually help us meet our needs without, I'll just leave it at that. Help us have that good professional attitude that you're part of the community. Thank you.
Can I just?
Yeah, you have the
just
final
really
word. You
love
get the
to
final
address-
word. Yes, of course.
So, I really appreciate your comments. Just to speak to it, I think, like I've said, we are providing above what the state mandates. We're not looking at the state mandates and saying, oh, we're only going to meet what's absolutely required of us. We are looking at this as a community where people live and where people want to stay and want to live. So we are providing not parking at the state mandate, assuming people will take transit, but parking for the reality of adults. We're providing crossings and improvements that are safe for the residents, purposely hoping that they will be safe. That is our goal. We are looking at this as benefit to the community. I know there are, I think that we opened this meeting, or maybe there was a section of this meeting I heard, we were talking about the needs of the community may look different to different people. One need that your city has identified very specifically is a strong need for workforce and student housing. It's a need across the state, obviously, and that's where a lot of this is coming from. We have tried to make a community that is providing a decent size development of that type of housing. We are asking for a density increase, but it is a modest density increase given what the site can support based on our study. So we really do feel like, even though there are mandates and there are clear and objective standards, that we have gone above and beyond those standards to provide a community that we're proud of as part of.
Thank you.
Yes, good. Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing portion And now, do any counselors have any thoughts and discussion items? I'll start. So, Elena, go ahead, Elena. You can start.
Sorry about that. I would like to just say this. I echo Councillor Rippey's frustrations. Being in housing as long as I have, frustrations about mandates that are neither funded nor provide guidelines is just almost impossible for our smaller municipalities. And I think we're going to see this as time goes on, that those mandates and those laws are going to make it less and less giving us the ability to have home rule. So our discussion as a council and leadership, to me, needs to take that next step. What are we as leaders going to do to impress on Salem, Washington County, that our feelings, our frustrations, and what we believe our community needs is brought forward? Because these folks who came tonight, they can't change the laws that are being imposed. We've heard from Katie that those things are happening almost on a monthly basis. We started with House Bill 101 3 years ago, meeting the mandate of time to give that and put that into place. I think that I just really want to express that I agree. There is a frustration. Now, we as leaders of our community must decide where we're going to take those frustrations and how to express our community's frustrations and what can we do to make sure that their voices are heard outside of just a development meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ewing. I see our city attorney has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, this is just, I'll keep this brief, obviously, to the extent that you all have questions on the application itself. I will be here to answer those. But just in response to some of the more immediate comments from the council about frustration, certainly that's warranted. This is a really difficult approach. It is a cram down. That is, I think a fair thing to say. One thing I want to point out in the, as you're going forward in the mix of, how do we sort of channel that frustration more broadly? I think it's also important to note that currently in the law, and some of our clients are attempting to do this in the, with varying degrees of success, but the clear and objective path is a must. And so, but there's also the ability to have a discretionary path that would be in addition to the clear and objective path. The issue there is it's always, the statute says that it's always going to be up to the applicant which path to take. But the idea behind some of that of attempting to sort of develop a really strong, solid two-track approval system is ideally you can get some things in the discretionary path that would make an applicant, a developer, want to take that. And, instead of going the clear and objective route and having, what amounts to very little discretion on behalf of the decision makers, this alternative route that exists in the law, would give you discretion, allow you to express, that discretion through your standards. And the key is just trying to, get it such that you're actually encouraging applicants and developers to take that. But that's a whole nother discussion for another time, but I did want to make sure that was pointed out as you're kind of thinking through some of these things.
Great, thank you. Let's discuss the application and then we'll let you know if we have any questions. I think well, I have lots of opinions, but I'm going to try to get back on track and stay focused on this application. I asked a lot of questions about pedestrian safety and about traffic. And I also think it's a good project. I think that we asked for a mixed use residential in that area years ago. I want to say in 2016, it was added to our code because we wanted people to be able to walk to commercial. It is exactly what we asked for as a council. There's a pickleball court. There's recreation spots. There's rental houses for a university, for people working. Teachers, in my other job, I'm a teacher. We can't afford to buy houses either if you haven't been teaching for 10 years in. So I do appreciate the project. I think it's actually, and the thing is, it's going to be developed and all these things are going to happen. And so to me, seeing multiple projects come through this council, you kind of got to be careful of what you deny or say no to, because you don't know what you're going to get in its place. Just as an aside, I do think that whenever there's growth and there's change, the way that people move changes. We have to be adaptable, but I also think that as I think Mercedes pointed out, like those things are the responsibility of the city, maybe of ODOT, of the city, maybe of the county. Like a developer can, I do think they're being good neighbors. They've worked with, they've seen some things, they're trying to identify crosswalks, but it's our job as a city to make sure it's safe for our community. And I think, in terms of development, it's always hard, like, oh, we don't want any more development, but I'll just say I live in a neighborhood that was developed in 2010. It was new when I bought it in 2016. And it was 4 blocks from the house I grew up in. I used to walk through that field to the oak tree. Like when I saw it being developed, I was like, oh my God, they're developing that field. But now I live there and the amenities and the walkability, like it was done well and it's part of growth. So we can't tell people no because we don't want to develop, because we all live on developed land. Like it just got developed before, right? Like, I don't know. I just kind of have this feeling about that. But my take on it is I think it's a good project. I don't have a problem. I think that the city needs to continue working with the developers to make sure to look at those safety issues. I think that one intersection of the north lot is going to be something that we have to keep our pulse on, because I think it's a complicated route. You want to be able to have people go directly to Highway 47, but I just don't know if it's possible. Anyways, it's something that we'll have to figure out. But those are my 2 cents, or my opinion. Any other discussion? And say it's cricket.
It's 11:20 at night, and you're wanting more discussion.
Well, it's part of this. It's part of the
Way
process.
past my bedtime.
You don't have to teach 8th graders at 7. But go ahead.
I do think the company has done an excellent job in trying to meet. Well, certainly they've done the job to meet the letter of the law. They've done that. Their professionalism is there. The spirit of the law. I think in most of the situations, they are working with the community to try and mitigate those issues. Everything from the historical house to the Oak Grove and to the pedestrian crossings. It's difficult to explain all of the standards and requirements that are required with regard to laws with regard to transportation and pedestrian crossing. I've gone over this with our Director of Public Works several times about pedestrian crossings, different locations, and the different laws that that restrict us from doing what we would like to see or what we think common sense is. They are doing what we asked for, just like you said. When we created the neighborhood mixed use requiring the commercial area, this is what I had in mind. Certainly. The impact that it's going to have with regard to transportation is something that is real. And I think the city has the responsibility to ensure that we can address those issues as best as we can, which may mean that we adjust our transportation system plan, which I believe is actually rather old. So when you use the transportation system plan for your data and your assumptions, it's kind of dated, so it's not current data. Anyway, we'll go back to that. But I do think it's a good project, and we'll go from there.
Further discussion? Okay, well, I will now ask for a motion to adopt the first reading of ordinance 2024-02 by title only.
I move that we adopt a motion, or make the motion to adopt.
First reading?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. The motion is to adopt the first reading. It was made by Councilor Rippey, seconded by Councilor Ewing. Will the city manager please read the ordinance by title only?
Ordinance number 2024-02, amending the text of the Forest Grove Development Code to increase the maximum residential density permitted by Table 4.1 and Article 4, specifically and only within the Area 2 Davidson neighborhood mixed-use zone site, file number 311-23-000025-PLNG.
Thank you, Jesse. Will the city recorder please call for the roll call vote?
Council President Gustafson?
Yes.
Councilor Rippey?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilor Ewing?
Yes.
And Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. The council, so in a vote of 6-0, the first reading of ordinance 2024-02 by title only passed. Oops, not by title only, sorry. Passed the Forest Grove City Council with a vote of 6-0. The council will have the second reading of ordinance number 2024-02 at the January 22nd City Council meeting to be held in this chamber, at which time the council will also make a decision on order number 2024-02. Thank you to everyone in the audience who stayed for this really late meeting to give public testimony and be part of the process. I appreciate it. This meeting is adjourned. Nope, it's not adjourned. Go ahead, Councilor.
I make a motion that we postpone the council comments till next time.
Yeah. Okay, I need a second on
Second.
that. Okay, we are going to end this meeting without council comments to be shared next time. Thank you. Have a nice night. Meeting adjourned. You made it, Mike. Barely.
I think this is